Alright. It's the 4th day. December 4th as well. Yesterday we got a little hyphy, but it looks like we managed to get to our 160 goal. And then some. Let's try to be a little bit more conservative today. We'll see. We'll see. Everything feels good. Let's get started. Oh. I told myself that I would remember this just like a split second before, and I just completely forgot it. So quick. Like, holy heck. I mean, that warm-up is a lot better than the last 3 days. The miraculous difference between just four consistent days, right? Now that's a warm-up I can get behind. No tension, slight burning. There is some slight burning. So I'm over moving. I can feel that I'm tensing up still, overcompensating for slowing down. So it's not naturally minimum effort, it's like more strenuous effort. So it's not as bad today. Definitely getting a little bit more efficient on slowing down. Okay. That's okay. I was distracted by something else going on in the room. That's okay. Alright. Slight tension near the end, but it's still pretty good. Still going pretty well. One of the few hot takes that I would say about training mechanical things, like physical mechanical things. I wouldn't ever suggest to someone that when you stop doing something and you try to do something else, that there aren't any transferable skills. There are a lot of intellectual benefits and transferable ideas from one mechanic to another mechanic. At least when it comes to how your mind works, I would say. So things like, it's never too late to retrain something, in my opinion. It'd be, I would say, with the right mindset, for most people, I would say they would be pleasantly surprised at how well they adapt to a new one. Be it changing which fingers you're gonna use, for example. It's a lot faster than you think. You're not really starting over. It's just part of your legacy, you know? Taking a little bit of time to get the little stinging, somewhat of a fiery sensation out of the back of my forearm right now. Okay. That burned so much near the end. And it took approximately a minute, a little over a minute before I adjust to the new BPM. Like clockwork every time. Alright, I'm gonna rest a little bit longer for this one. It's tough. It still takes a bit to register my ring finger on the, like, when it touches the key. Really trying to focus on that mind-body connection. Occasionally I still go back to immediately just habitually using my middle finger. And since the middle key doesn't do anything, you'll see like a drop. That's when I probably use my middle finger. Just out of habit. So much burn. After that second stop, it's like at the edge. After that second stop, it is so difficult to resume. I can feel my middle finger just curling up. Oof. Okay. Alright. You know what? Maybe we put in... This is overreaching a little bit today. let's do this. Most likely won't get through 3 minutes. But we'll see if we have... I'm looking for like 15 seconds or to upwards to 30 seconds of somewhere in between, if we can get a consistent 15 on the bottom end and 30 seconds on the top end. I think I'd be quite satisfied. Like anywhere in the 3 minutes and 18 seconds, just have a consistent string of 15 or 30 seconds. It's all about trying to find consistent in the long thing, right? It's not about doing it the whole way, just somewhere, and then capturing that memory. Also, this song is very peppy, so you know. Oh, okay, that went way better than I thought, but holy heck, I'm falling off so hard after 2 minutes. Oh my gosh, dude. Ugh. All right. Well, went way Way better than I thought. I think we did the first 2 minutes. And I think I got 1 minute in somewhere. Or 30 seconds. At least 30 seconds somewhere. That's pretty good. Last year we were way last year we were down to here, and then these were warm-ups, so these 3 were warm-ups up to like 99 to almost SS. I got a long ways to go, but it's only day 4. Only been 4 days. Alright. Let's step down for a moment. Actually, let's try this one. Ooh. It turns out that I start on my ring finger for triples. The ring finger. Oops. So rough after the second pause. Less fatigue though. Less fatigue than before. So much so that I don't need too much rest now. Kinda warmed up. I want to stay at 70 to 80%. Right now, we're about at a 50%. That was okay. Kind of sped up a couple times. Sped up and down a couple times. I kind of sped up and down a little bit near the end. I got a little complacent and lost my focus. It's getting there. It's getting there. A little late. Weird. That was weird. Oh, I stuttered there too. A few stutters here and there. Too bad. I kind of get into like a daze, like kind of like a daze or trance, and then kind of lose my place after 3 minutes. Let's do it one more time. Feeling pretty good. Still don't think we're at like 80% or 90% mark. Oh, I'm getting tired. Blah, 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 blah. Ugh. Yeah. Still got a bit to go for that one. Yeah, I'm having a really hard time with the adjustment to how the approach circle. I said head last time, but the tail. The how the approach circle like comes in on the circle at the tail end at 160 at AR 8, which is the parameters of this. So I'm like at the beginning I was tapping 160, but I was tapping early the entire time because I thought the approach circle is closer than it looks. And it's just consistent for the first like 1 minute of early tapping. I wasn't tapping any much slower or faster than 160. It was around 160. It's just instead of trying to adjust to it, I just kept tapping as close to 160 as possible. So all of the notes were like consistently about 100 milliseconds earlier. It's okay. We'll get used to seeing that circle eventually. Traditionally, I have generally had reading timing, like reading issues with timing with AR8 at anything greater than 160 BPM. So that's about where it's to be expected. And then when the closer it drops to 140 at AR8 is the comfort zone when it comes to the reading problem. But that wasn't a tapping problem. It was pretty consistent. In terms of how fast I was tapping. The timing was not right though. I barely made it to the end. That's tough. It's pretty alright though. Let's sped up so fast there. Alright, we're getting closer. I see the gap between the ring finger and the pointer finger closing up. I think it's getting less than 50 milliseconds difference. And my reading for that stuff is, I mean, this is comfortable reading. The 160 is a little weird still. 155 is a little uncomfortable. The 150 and lower is good for ARAs. I'm only slightly up and slower. From time to time. Finger stuttered like 3 or 4 times. That's when my pointer finger doesn't actuate down enough, and then my ring finger accelerates. Causes the little yellow taps. You can hear it. You can hear the two notes get really close together momentarily. I mean, it's good. It's good. This will be the last one. Yeah, we're crossing an hour. Don't want to push too hard. I think I'm about 80% right now. It's not too bad. I strained yesterday. It was definitely a strain yesterday. It was too much straining yesterday. I stuttered 5 times there. It deals with me. I think the stuttering is more pronounced when my right hand. Hey, son. When my right hand is squeezing down. Oh, wow. Okay. That's an interesting emote. I think my hand stutters the moment I squeeze my right hand going down like this. It stutters because I focus more on my right hand trying to squeeze down. Weird. Let's try that again. One last time. Oops. Yeah, like right there. That's the bottom right hand corner. I hesitated a couple of times with my ring finger. Twice there. That's about 80%. I think we have to resist very, very hard to not do any more for today. It's very difficult. But we're good. We barely got past 140 day 1. And we barely passed 150 on day 2. Then on day 2 we swapped to ring finger, right? We no longer use our middle finger. And then on day 3 we barely hit 155. And today we're finally conditioning to 160, and I'm having a reading issue here. The timing is different now because there's actually less of a delay on this keypad. I can actually feel it. And like the actuation point is so high. Like I'm gonna brush this key. I mean I could change it for sure, but I'm not going to. But I'm adjusting to how fast the actuation time is. It's way faster than what I'm used to. So that combined with the reading issue, consistently 160, but consistently 100 milliseconds too soon. So that's gonna be an adjustment. And then we exceeded way more than I thought here. I thought I could only hold it for like 30 seconds or a minute, but we did manage to do the first 2 minutes largely well, and then fell off at the last minute. I would say it'll take about 2 weeks before we get back to where we used to be a year ago. Just 2 weeks, that's not too bad. After the first week, another 3 days, we're gonna start doing feature artists again. That's the second part, the second hour. Because I'm pretty comfortable with playing probably up to 5 or 6 stars again. This stuff is far more important because I need to be confident in my ring finger. Otherwise it's gonna be way too tough. Like single tapping my ring finger feels pretty nice. Alright, let's do a slight tease. Right? Let's do a slight tease. What should we slight tease with? Hyper Potion? These are the feature artists that I've done before. And we're gonna repost these at some point. So we did Annabelle, Faint, Hyper Potion, Hyonin? I'm just gonna call him Hyonin. Millie, Nanobi, and Ramsey. So let's do like one. I kind of want to listen to a Hyper Potion. Let's see if this gets muted or not. None of these got muted as far as I'm aware the first time I did these. So let's play something. This is very light. Like Hyper Potion stuff is I'm playing at 20%. So it's not gonna be strenuous or anything. Let's listen to obviously these are the feature tracks of Hyper Potion. Hyper Potion went viral because they did the Sonic Mania intro, and I think it's called Sonic and Friends or something Friends in the title, but that is copywritten. So the featured maps are the ones that are not copywritten or that are featured on hosts. So these are the ones. Not, unfortunately, we can't play the other one because it would create a very, very difficult situation. I kind of like this one. Let's do this one. Let's see where we are at. I'm pretty confident that my aim is okay. I'm not confident that my timing is correct anymore because of lower actuation time. But these are low diffs, so low diffs allow you plus or minus 100 ms, so it's not a problem. Oh, that was unexpected. Really? Okay, I'll have to do that again. Oh, I'm having trouble like rolling my fingers like on doubles. I typically roll them, as in I don't like tap, I don't single tap and then again and then tap again on the sliders. I roll them from left to right. I double tap there. Ugh. That was okay. I was kind of late. That was a weird missing. Alright, that requires a little bit. It's slower than I think. 150 BPM. Whoops. I sped up then slowed down. It took me a while. Whoops. I double tapped. So having trouble. Sometimes the sliders, I hit the sliders too early. Just like on nothing. It's just early. And it's my ring finger. My ring finger is early. There's some really weird quirks here and there. Obviously, I'm on no fail, so that's the difference. This is classic. So I'm a little early when things are slow, because the actuation time is higher, quicker. And I noticed that because they're just early on just nothing at all. Well, that's okay. My reading is still okay. Let's play one more, just one more. Let's play this one. Obviously, no fail is the way you practice. Oops. That's 177 BPM. That's awkward. Unless that's an average, I have no idea what BPM that was. Oh my gosh. It's too early for this. Alright, I kind of fell into a groove there, just a little bit. Fouling sliders again. Whoops. Yeah, that was rough. It's low OD, that's, you know, got away with it. I knew I tapped on a different, like a really wobbly rhythm on that last verse. Let's do that one more time. One more time. Yeah. I don't like that, man. Oh, I missed that triple. It's getting better. Not too bad. I can definitely adjust. I do trust my aim still. Ugh. That was gross. Yeah, I don't trust my eyes. My reading is definitely out of practice. Okay. There. Just a little bit of snippet. But now we have to go and do our Monday resets. Not bad, not bad. Feeling very, very feeling super confident that it takes no more than a month after 2 years away, like thanks, son. Like I would say at the upper limit, if you leave the game like something like mechanically for a year, even a month at most, just a month of really, really disciplined, very, very disciplined restraint, like just studying in. If you like spend a year away and you just ham it too hard, you're probably gonna hit a wall in like 2 months and you might injure yourself. So you gotta take it easy. It's slow and steady. It's really quick. I gotta try very, very hard to save all the enthusiasm for the next day. So the hot take here is, if you're coming back to something you enjoy, take it slow and save your enthusiasm for next time. So like, yeah, you want to play 5 hours straight because you just got back and it feels so great. But if you play an hour, bottle up all that enthusiasm and then invest forward in the next day, then you'll have excess enthusiasm. You'll keep having excess enthusiasm until it normalizes, right? And then you're back on track. Right now, I really do want to play like for another 10 hours or something, because doing this, like the song compared to training, it's like 20%. I'm at maybe not even, I would say this is like 10%. But our training is more 70 to 80%. Yesterday was like 90. That was too high, because we won't get to the end of December in time if we keep doing it that way. All right, time to switch gears. That's a wrap for day 4. It's only been 4 days and it feels like I'm already I'm already halfway through what I was planning to do. All right, I'll see you next time.
See you next time.
All right, let's switch gears. Okay. Give it a moment. All right. So let's turn on the audio and see if we can see if there's new stuff today. So it's week 5, right? Reset day. It would be Monday local time. 4:15 ish PM right now, EST. So last week, what did we do last week? Last week, so if there's any interesting dialogue. I am gathering inspiration for some voiceover stuff. Okay, so let's pull up the map. It's easier if we pull up the map. So last week, we visited this planet Gabion, right? So Gabion is home to vampirates. So, you know, vampire space vampirates, right? So we helped a tiefling hook us up with some star charts to find where what's his face is, the Xerixian Empire's prince. To help out the princess. I forgot their names already. We're gonna call it's something like Zadar or something. And while we were on planet Gabion, we helped out a mercenary group who was led by a half-orc. And we basically purged some vampires. And then we helped the tiefling out by heading to asteroid Highturn, I think. I don't know what we did on Tanis. One of these asteroids had space ghosts, space pirate ghosts. They're trapped souls, so we inevitably helped one of them, and then we gathered their help as well. Actually, I think this one was... Let's go here for a moment. Oh, space dwarfs. That's right. Asteroid Tanis was where we helped the space dwarves. Who was attacking the space dwarf? I think it's we helped them mine these things basically. I forgot what the Xerixian crystals. Yeah, these green things are called Xerixian crystals. So we garnered 3 more allies, but I want to know who were... Oh, I guess they're elves. They're just elves. Like the Xerixian elves. We're hampering the dwarves' mining company, basically, because dwarves mine, right? So now we have the help of ghost space pirates, or space ghost pirates, dwarves, and a bunch of mercs, but the mercs are like mixed outcast people that were not represented yet. So now we basically have like the entire so now we've recruited people from the Remichi space and the Gabion space. So who do we have in our alliance, our federation of planets, right? We have the Astral Elves of Baloria, the priest, the water priest of Amomia, the space orcs and space elves of Bizunov, the gift of Zarbos, the gift from Zarbos. And then we have what we just mentioned today. We have dwarves, space ghost pirates, and various mercs, right? So that's where the story is right now, I suppose. And through all of that, we were given a star chart to basically kind of know where the Xerixian Empire is. Like, they're trying to locate the stronghold so that the rebels... Sounds like I'm describing a page from Star Wars, right? So the rebels, but it's more of a combination of Star Wars and Star Trek, where yeah, you're part of the rebellion, and the rebellion is against an empire, right? Star Wars. However, you're aligning many alliances, and it's introducing the different alliances and their conflicts of interest with their counterpart rivals, like the Gith versus the Illithids, the Dwarves versus the Elves, the Orc versus the Elves again. It's generally the Elves, but different types of Elves. That's more of a Star Trek thing, like the Federation of Planets. That's the idea, and it's like the Federation of Planets. The Federation of Planets versus the Romulan Empire, which are represented by none other than elvish-like characters, but in this case, they're of Vulcan origin. There aren't elves in Star Trek, but they are replaced by Vulcans. Pointy ear race. It's, you know, it's not a coincidence. All right, let's see if we got any new task on the Moon Dancer here. Any new stories? Actually, I don't expect any, right? Oh, no, there was a milestone last week. Yeah, there was a milestone last week. Next week, like this week, going into the next, there isn't a milestone, so there won't be any changes. But there's something here. Let's swap out. Okay. We always have to say hi to Flapjack, though.
Wherever Captain Sartell takes us next, the Moon Dancer is ready.
He's freaking... Oh, and by the way, as far as I know, he sounds very hollow or orbiting, because I'm pretty sure flumps are telepathic. So like he's talking in your head, so it kind of looks like he's echoing and whatnot. I don't think he's necessarily actually lipping anything. Pretty sure these guys are telepathic.
Is it done then? Coins and trinkets for you?
Yeah, we're just gonna...
in half a fortnight, and we'll have more work for you.
Yeah, we're just gonna turn this in, the weekly.
Big feelings.
That's 25. We have migrated 1 daily.
It's good to have you aboard.
Or 1 repeatable.
All done?
And then the Dirty Deceit. Alright.
That star chart shows the location of Captain Zorlar's ship orbiting an
Zolar.
asteroid near the planet Fabius Prime. Flapjack has set an ambush course, with us coming upon the Star Moth from above, using the light from the nearby star to mask our approach. We're ready to go when you are.
Alright. This, I imagine this is either the setup for Defense of the Moon Dancer. Pretty much this, and then the rest of the stuff is like not so much. They're just like extended. So this might be the last piece that leads to the trial. Because it sounds like your confrontation with Zolar at the end of Defense of the Moon Dancer. So the question is, did the Moon Dancer get jebaited and got ambushed, and that's why the trial is called Defense of the Moon Dancer? Or they actually did get the drop on Zolar? We'll see. Soon enough. Travel. Oh, it's a location. Okay. Where is the location? Oh, it's out here. Holy heck. Yep, this is Defense of the Moon Dancer. Okay.
We're under attack? Zorlar knew we were coming. Defend the ship and get that ring!
There you go. It's called Defense of the Moon Dancer because they were ambushed. Yeah, this is the setup for the trial. Got to clear the lower deck. Oh, this is that Lieutenant Sniper. Dude, snipers are terror when it comes to the trial. I wonder if it drops like the purple things. No? No?
Hurry topside and help the others!
People who've done Defense of the Moon Dancer most definitely know what I mean by the purple stuff. Drops like this ground effect that basically annihilates you. Okay. Upper deck. Or I don't know what you call this. Not upper deck, just... I actually don't know what you call this. I guess this is called the upper deck, right? I don't know anything about ships. I know that age-old, like, immature humor about the poop deck, right? The poop. Okay, that was awkward. And the stern? I think the stern is that back there, right? I'm just making stuff up now. For this very reason,
Use the
later...
catapult. Take that ship down!
For the very reason, I'm gonna look up the parts of a ship later this evening. Here's the moth ship. That must be a Zolar's thing. And it's gonna run close to here and then we're gonna jump across. Yeah. Yep. There's Commander Zolar. Oh, there's no plank. Interesting. Here's the man, the legend himself. Oh my gosh. Zolar kind of hits like a dump truck. I don't approve. Zolar, please. Do you have a tracking attack? You don't, right? You obviously don't have a tracking attack. Right? You certainly don't. He does, just not in this version of him. It's by proximity.
Plus, I will retreat for now.
Can I rob you? Thanks. What is this?
Get back to the ship!
Ring of shooting stars. A ring. It's certainly not the one ring to rule them all, but you know. Anti-gravity. No gravity.
Well
Okay.
done. Let's get out of here.
Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Sorry. Sorry, SpongeBob. I didn't grow up with SpongeBob, but I've heard that intro so many times in indirect manners.
Things are quiet for now, but Wild Space never sleeps.
Are you ready?
Prince Zeleth must have been tipped off by someone on one of the planets we assisted. Fel wouldn't betray me, no matter how much coin the Empire might have offered her.
Okay, fair.
We got out of there just in time. I didn't think we would make it, but your skills certainly saved us. With the Ring of Shooting Stars in our possession, we could begin planning our journey to Zerixa space.
Fel would never betray you. I mean, Fel is a merc, though. Just saying. Prince Zeleth. Must have been tipped off by one of the planets we assisted. Prince Zeleth. Yeah. Zeleth is his name. And I think, Zalia? Or something? Zalia is the princess we're helping? Something like that. They all start with X. Except for the commander. Zolar for, you know, Zolar's kind of a cool name, actually. Wait. Wait, I thought I just spoke with you. What is this nonsense? Oh, I forgot to complete. That's why. Is that it? Oh, we have to wait? Wait. No, we don't. Respark. Bizunov. Okay, so Bizunov, Bizunov, is the planet where the space orcs and the space elves are duking it out. The age-old rivalry between the orcs and elves. Although, no. Oh, okay, that is it. Sorry, never mind. That is it. It's for whatever reason it's highlighted as yellow, but that's not it. It's supposed to be highlighted as blue because it's the repeatable, right? Unless I'm missing something. No, I don't think so. Yeah, no. It's marked for Respark, which is one of the repeatables. That's it. Well, I think we'll never. I don't think we'll know until next time what happens between Zolar. Like, pretty sure this is just next module stuff, but we'll see. It'll be 2 weeks before we see what happens after if they pursue Zolar or not. Those quest marks only happen during these, but historically, Cryptic design historically is just the first 4 weeks, and it sets up the trial, generally, or the dungeon. The trial or the dungeon story ends with 4 marks, and then on the second week is when the dungeon and trial is available, but the story is complete up to it at week 4. And these are more like they'll come up with the theme of, okay, so Zolar is gone for now, we have to recruit more allies, or we have to prepare ourselves for the events of next module. That's typically how the theme and the writing goes to support the live service model. So here I imagine, like, I don't know, it's like, oh yeah, the dwarves came up with a new technology with Zerixian crystals, so we should lend a hand and be prepared for the incoming battle or something. That's typically how that works. And then 8 would be something else with another planet, with like something to prepare. And then what this means, what this is going to lead up to is it leads up to the next module. So usually modules come in 3s now, I guess. So this would be a trilogy saga, right? Or it would be what's called the saga in other formats. Like movie sagas tend to have 3s. And then, so I imagine there's another 2 modules. So this is probably the end. for confrontation with Zolar for the time being. And then we'll move to another part of space, part of Spelljammer 2. It won't be called Spelljammer, but something else, but it'll be in the same area and mythos, right? And that's it. So now we just get back to our daily upkeep, our weekly upkeep. So with that, I'm gonna put some tunes on, right? Get us some cool tunes, and which I still have forgotten to get new tunes, but that's okay. For December tunes. All right. Okay. And we're back to completing our weekly hauls. And maybe we'll end with a defense of Moon Dancer. Probably just advance, because there's... I'm not gonna go organize a group. So 45. We have this weekly we can do. And then we still have dailies that are locked behind because I clearly messed up here. So let's do the Seed of Destruction. For a quick 25. Not bad, right? This is gonna be the routine we're gonna do. My other characters have varying levels of completion for the daily. Last week I was a little bit loosey-goosey about I am going to die. That sucks. Old. Buying more time. Did that guy just permanently dodged everything? What the heck? Excuse me? Was this Zolar? Oh no, it's Zerexar. Zerexar? After you do these a couple of times, I start paying attention to like getting the names consistently, connecting the dots. That's kind of the one thing I do to engage myself when you're doing repeats. You try to notice new things, basically, regardless of however mundane one might be or rudimentary. I like to maximize my time by just looking for new things. Just things I might have missed, If you do it 1,000 times over, I will still try to find something new about it. If I don't find anything new, I'll try to tell myself how I'm not finding new things. Just things to maximize your experience, right? One would say, if someone does not provide me with new ideas, I will make them. If they do provide me with new ideas, I will still make new ideas. It's kind of the thing. I have something to say and think about everything. Obviously, I do this here because I'm personally doing it and talking to myself about it. I'm not here to give people life-changing gaslighting, Not here to gaslight people. I'm telling you, every moment of my life is filled with rampant thoughts. The moment I wake up in the morning to the moment I go to bed. What can we talk about today as we're doing this? Generally, this is a great opportunity to organize my thought and think about things that are happening IRL, or like current events kind of things. My recent thought is, boy, it would be such an interesting thought experiment to use the current wave of generative AI technology and create a facsimile of myself and have a conversation with myself. Maybe I could develop some self-awareness or even synergize with my own behavioral patterns. Obviously, that's a thing of science fiction at the moment, but it's a very feasible science fiction. It's like science fiction adjacent right now. I don't have the expertise nor the manpower or the resources to do such a thing, but it would be really wonderful to talk and discuss with facsimiles of other people, provided, you know, they okay and have a consent. Like, I find myself constantly theoretically saying, well, you know, I can't ask so-and-so person about it to remove all doubt, or pick their brains about, you know, famous influencer X. I can't really ask them directly, but I can certainly imagine that there's some sort of facsimile of them using generative AI, and it would be kind of interesting to see what, you know, the responses are. Personally, I don't mind if someone used my behavioral patterns, because, you know, being human means you can't always be available, but I would totally see a world where, well, if my existence can even bring one person joy, and my facsimile as a generative AI personality is sufficient to provide that same joy, all the power to you. I won't even sell myself. Like, go for it. It's kind of what I do here already, only I don't have to be awake for it, you know? Granted, I understand how other people, their brand and their livelihood is themselves, so if you lose your identity, then you get that sense of attachment to your identity, and I understand that. I would say anything I do in public is public domain, so it's a different type of mindset. I won't throw any shade or moral grandstand or anything. It's just the idea that if someone who is me but not me can do great things, then I'm all the power to it. Like, I like all the power to it. Like, I don't necessarily want to charge it or anything. Like, that's great. It's good. It's a good enough payment for me, at least. With that said, I would love to be able to talk to myself and see how accurate that model would be. What's a fast way? Why is there a fan breaker? Why is this here? I didn't do this. What the heck? Where's this even tracked to? Why can I not find... You know, I haven't used this interface in a while. It's probably here. No. Probably under cold run. Okay. Alright, what else can we do? Space orcs. So we're at, what, 70? 70 currency? This is kind of a mess, because I didn't do the dailies. I didn't do the repeatables from last week to migrate to this week. I left one out. That's why Sartell is now offering 3 more repeatables, because we have to clear the previous repeatable. And this is a task that I missed. It's okay. It kind of destabilizes my routine, but, you know, that's just it. I don't remember what I was doing last week that would distract me so. I might have been on a digression about probably something regarding tank changes and all that again. It's probably that. It's very likely. I mean, I would be very dishonest to myself if I weren't admitting to myself that every time I log into this game, I'm reminded by the asinine changes to tanks in this game, right? So it's a constant reminder. Whatever changes that impact you, obviously, when you do the task, you will be constantly reminded. You have to distance yourself long enough to desensitize your recollection of it, or like to distance yourself or reconcile with the changes. So in order to say if Cryptic introduced a patch that greatly changed your routine in this game, every time you log in, you will greatly be reminded, and it will consistently reinforce until it gets normalized, or you will consistently have a love-hate conflict of interest relationship with it, right? Eventually, that's kind of the end goal. And if that conflict of interest persists, you'll leave the game. Not to say that you won't return to the game at some point, but when you leave a game, it distances yourself to the point where you'll either find reconciliation and return, or you never return. That's kind of the idea. And for me, it's okay. I would still be lying to myself if I say I don't think about that every single time I log in from now on. So it's just keeping myself honest. Oh, and also this change, the Buzz Jewel to Invasion change, absolutely foolish. Like I can't even describe the disproportionate amount of time expected from doing Xerexian Armada completion for the weekly. It almost overshadows everything that they have done in terms of weekly structures from the Underdark. Like, it undo the structure from Demon Web Pits, Mesobarazan, like these two, on how weeklies are structured. This weekly structure is like really leaves a lot of room. Like, a lot of room to be desired. Is that the phrase? Leaves a lot to be desired. Elect Eldritch pieces. I don't remember which one that is. Mercenary prisoners are Gambian. Oh, the Eldritch is the ghost pirate stuff. Okay. This one is, oh, hard to see. These guys are kind of hard to see. How many do we have to do? I think we only need to do 3 and then migrate 3, right? I stand corrected. We have to do 15. That'll bring us to 90. 3 plus 2. It's only because the weekly is kind of... Yeah, the weeklies is just almost half the time to do repeatables. That's how poorly, in my opinion, poorly competitive the weeklies are. Why is that important to the structure of this game when something is not used, especially weeklies? Is in this, why it's poorly structured here is because the weeklies are attached to a natural currency that is attached to the progress of this module. So it's not an optional thing. Like, it's not Mesobarazan or even Web Pit where the activity is optional. The evasion part is required for the currency. There's a unique currency attached to a weekly, but that weekly is difficult to complete too, The reason why it's so high is because it's relatively the magnitude of the currency you need. So in order to complete the weekly for Zyrexian Armada, you need 500 buzz jewels. Well, you kind of want 500 buzz jewels. So the idea behind that long 500 buzz jewels is actually stemming from the design of how much currency you need. So effectively, it's a take on the poor judgment in how much currency you need, which leads to how much time you have to use, because that's part of completing the weekly. So the weekly is 500 buzz jewels. The rationale would be you have to collect 500 anyways for the weekly. And you need 500 currency anyways. You know, the reverse retroactive logic would be I need 500 buzz jewels. I actually need way more than 500 buzz jewels. So doing this as a weekly is okay because I'm doing the weekly while collecting this. From a designer standpoint, if you're looking from step 1 to step 3, in my opinion, in this case, is a design problem. It's a legit design problem with relative time investment. The alternative is you can lower the Zyrexian Armada's buzz jewels to 100 and lowering the buzz jewel currency requirements for the gear. That will synchronize the time expectation with all the other things for weekly hauls and stuff. That's in my opinion. Maybe not 100, perhaps 200. But it's too late for that, basically. It's retroactive. I mean, it's not retroactive. When you start introducing a currency, it is incredibly difficult to retroactively do anything. Because those who collected currency under the old system will inevitably have poor sentiments, right? It cheapens their investment. So in this case, it's not a rip the band-aid off or anything. It's a lesson for next time. I think it was completely short-sighted. I almost want to say it's so short-sighted to the point where there's a chance there were 2 people who made this. The person who's in charge of how much things cost, right? The currency, so the store, this stuff. Oh, and it's not even this stuff. It's the stuff on the ship. How much the buzz jewels are required for the piece of armor is not coherent and communicated with the person who's designing the quest stuff. So in hindsight, it might be a little bit pragmatically excusable because there might be 2 people who are compartmentalized from each other and they didn't communicate that, hey, how much is those buzz jewel rewards? Oh, we need like minimum 500 for 1 piece. All right, so a week's worth of time, right? Let's just make the weekly 500 buzz jewels as well. They have to collect 500 anyways. That kind of thing. And that's my thought on the theory. It's probably didn't happen in that specific order, but the idea is someone started something that led and constitute a rationale for the threshold of another thing. And when you put them all together, then you just have certain quests that are incredibly desirable because they're repeatable, which is what I'm doing now. Like, they're so much more time efficient. And it's not that they're more time efficient than before, they're just average. It's the average time. They're no faster or no slower. And then suddenly you have this Zyrexian Armada, which is a new thing, quote unquote, new thing for a while now. Invasion is a take on another thing of a couple years back, actually. And they bring it back. So they're trying, you know, I don't really fault them or hate them for trying how to divvy up the currency in a different way. But in this case, it kind of fell flat. It's really flat. Like, it's to the point where like 4%, I'm not going to touch that. If I'm collecting buzz jewels, I'll collect buzz jewels for whatever. But generally speaking, This is if this was someone's pride and joy, unfortunately, no one. It is overshadowed by how questionable time investment this is expecting. When you're playing a live service game, you're talking about time here. And this is not it. This is a big miss, a gigantic miss. And there's a backstory behind this. It wasn't like this on launch. The launch had a bug. And the bug was that the buzz jewel requirement wasn't registering in the proper proportions. So you only had to do like 3 things and it's complete immediately. You just pick up 2 boxes. It probably had like a 10 multiplier or something. So to complete this, you just needed to pick up 10 buzz jewels. So it's like 10 times 10, 100%, right? Each buzz jewel was worth 10%. So you just sneak and snipe 2 boxes and it's complete. Now, if you want to do that sneak and sniping thing, it is 500 buzz jewels. Each chest on average, actually I think it only can have 1 value, 5 buzz jewels. That means you need 100 boxes. I'm pretty sure that's it. 100 boxes. Now, these boxes have a 3-minute cooldown timers, roughly. It's like 3 to 4 minute cooldown. There are 3 boxes. So every 3 minutes, you collect 3 boxes. And invasions only occurs based on the activity of the instance. So I'm gonna tell you it's gonna take like 10 minutes to find a new invasion. Like, I would say on average, instant swapping, we'll say 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, you'll find a new invasion. And you can only do 3 cycles of 3 boxes. So 3 times 3, that's 9, times 5 is 45 for 1 invasion, right? So 1 invasion, and then in between is 5 minutes. So you have 3 times 5 minutes on average is 15 minutes plus 5 minutes, 20 minutes for 45 buzz jewels before the next cycle. Times 10 will get you close to 500. That's 200 minutes. 200 minutes is more than 3 hours a week. Just to give you a relative perspective. And we're not talking about someone who... I'm talking about someone who actually sits here and waits and then instant swap. We're not talking about someone who occasionally hops in. So, alright, say that's over 3 hours. So, as a person who likes to schedule and understand how to divvy up things and create healthy habits, right? I'm all for that. I like to help people time manage and create healthy relationships. So one of the most effective ways is, let's say it takes 200 minutes. We divide that across 7 days. Now this is assuming this person has a consistent schedule where they have an instance of time every day for 7 days. Well, what's 200 divided by 7? It's roughly 30 minutes a day. So 30 minutes a day for 7 days straight, you might be able to complete this weekly. For 25 currency, it takes less than 30 minutes to get 100 currency from the repeatables from day 1. What happened there? What is that disparity? That disparity is outrageous. Like, it's to the point where sometimes you would say, oh, but I like doing this task. I do it all the time. And, you know, you got loot and loot cycles. There are a lot of rationales to, up to this point, but this one is a clear outlier. This one is outrageous. It's way out there to the point where even someone who doesn't understand math, statistical, like rates and time duration, like scaling up, you know, instead of thinking about it within the 24-hour period, you think about it in a 7-day period, like a week period, or even to a month period. Even without that respect, I would say the vast majority of people who don't like to concern themselves with this type of nitpicking maximalism will realize that this weekly is egregious, absolutely egregious. It might as well be deleted from the like. For me, what I would do is I basically just hide it and pretend like it never exists. And maybe once in a blue moon, if it completes, good for you, right? And then this heroic encounter is made a lot. There's another design choice here that is not great, and that's like TPing between instances and all that stuff. So I just hide those two. And what do you have left to exemplify this module's activities, right? So you're a designer, you're a developer, and you want to engage your audience. You want them to experience what you have created as a team. And how is that represented for this module? You just do 3 cycles of the repeatable. There is a silver lining though. There are a lot. This pool of repeated cycle is a lot because it includes all the planets, all the asteroids. So that's great. That's great for variety because it makes it feel like, oh yeah, I get to see this planet again. I get to see this asteroid. I think that's clever. I think this works really well. It still could be far more engaging, right? If you included the other stuff you actually made, like the heroic encounters, and both of these have an argument. Basically, they made a store. Yeah, this is just a slight thought here. They made a store that takes advantage of all these currencies, and I'm willing to take a 60-40 gamble that the person who decided how much like doubloons it costs for the store, you know, neutron cores, and like here's the buzz jewel vendor, right? All these things, these were tied. These things kind of indirectly tied down the progress. Like, oh yeah, it's okay to make heroic encounters this cumbersome. We were being creative here. It's like, it's an oversight. Like, it's really neat that you get to go from asteroid to asteroid and stuff, but my comment, my personal thing is like this whole space right here, all these belong to the same instance. Oh thanks, son. I totally forgot to change this one. Thanks. It's not too big a deal, but thanks. So all of this map, right? Good catch. Good catch. All this map right here, right? It's one instance. So you can TP between these. The reason I know is you don't preload at all. So when you get here and you see a map, right? It only shows this map. But actually, and I'm gonna call out the devs on this, in my opinion, and I think it's a brilliant move. This is just a small piece of a larger map. Everything is loaded. And what I mean by that is if you go and change to anything in this space, it's gonna load instantly. Like, it's gonna load almost instantly, right? Look at this blank space. You can see the remnants of it. See? You see this little tiny grid right here? That's because all the other, in my opinion, I don't know what the facts are, right? But my deduction is some of the maps weren't scaled properly on their design, so it didn't like constrain you to this. All this blank space is all the other Remichi space things. So my take here is it's great. It's awesome that they made different spaces for the asteroids and planets. However, making a singular map that's interconnected between all these with a teleporter and consolidating some way all the heroic encounters so you can freely travel without going into this map, which unfortunately I get it. I agree that this is a really nice looking map. Like, the artwork is fantastic. I like this, like, to show you the scope, right, of all the planets. However, this is kind of the taboo of a lot of things, and I actually think it's kind of funny because I play a game called OS, right? And OS Laser kind of sort of did this too, and this is more of a UI design thing. How many clicks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? No, I'm just kidding. How many clicks does it take to get to a location that you need to get to, right? UI design aside, when you have thematics and stuff, it can offset this, but it takes way too many clicks to get in between, travel between the systems. And it's not because of resource, because I know, as well as I would say most people at this point, the reason why this map is so tiny is because all the other maps are just blocked out. Like, it's just blank, it's just black on top, but all the other maps exist on this here. So instead of just having an instance change and like a teleporter or something in the same location, everyone has to run to. If you don't have a fast traveling, I have a travel post, so that removes some clicks, but they have to travel back here, hit F, someone made a call, find the system, then click on the system, and you might be there, right? You get here, and that increases, that, like, I would say increases 15 to 20% the travel time to do full circle. Why this is important, in my opinion. Full circle to do encounters, to do heroic encounters. It's also true for invasion. So invasion and heroic encounters, the foot travel, the mechanical UI navigation increases the feeling of unnecessary input. And it's almost unnecessary. It's even more unnecessary, in my opinion, if you're someone like me who notices something like, dude, your map, like, I think the planets are on one map and then the asteroids are on another map. Like, some of these maps are attached to each other, right? So look, this one is in here, is in this position. Guess what's on the top right of this asteroid? The top right is the other asteroid. It's just blocked out by black map painting, right? Like, that's why it's in this fixed location. Just a few little things that I'm not a programmer, but I at least know enough and understand enough about game design from observing that I'm not being fooled here. The other asteroid's here. The planet, that other planet, might be exclusively on its own for sure. Like what I mean is, it's a 60-40 bet, because maybe they Remichi is actually the whole thing, or what could have been done is you fix the window and you punch in and then restrict the user from connecting the dots. But I think it's an oversight that reveals the thing. Like, reveals that they're connected. Like here, I think the planets might actually not be on the same map. But my argument here is, for the planets, they actually decided to fix the window so that you can't zoom out and see the actual big window. So they put a parameter where you can't scroll and scroll out of it. I think they're all connected because when you travel post to different instances, right? Like in this spot, it's still the same instance. Generally speaking, if the map is not completely spawned, when you travel between them, you're going to have an instance swap. There's a very high chance of instance swapping. So it's the same instance. Even when you go over here, it's still the same instance, right? When you travel. But some of these asteroids, right, got successfully cornered in. But that's only the UI part. It's not the background part. All of these instances could potentially just be loaded all at once. The way they did this is to make it appear bigger than it really is, because if you consolidate all these space, like all the asteroids, all the planets together, and you consolidate them into 2 maps, it's largely the size of one of the maps of previous module. Like if we go to I don't know, North Dart Reaches, right, which has a singular map technically. This map is gigantic. So if you cut these up into 7 different locations, you probably have the size of Spelljammer. So that's kind of the idea. So however, thematically, this is shown all to be connected because it's one piece of land. The asteroids and planets can still be shown on this map like this as like separate things, which has been done before, but it increases traffic flow. The foot traffic is not as egregious as well, and it's this is not the place. Is this a good example? No. There's one place. It's the air place. This goes way back though. Not fiery pits. Spinward rise. So you see how there are separate planes, but there are travel points between the planes. Even this has its like old design footpath things. But what I'm saying is you can still show all the planets and asteroids in one instance to increase foot traffic, and it consolidates all the zone chats to one area, and it facilitates that same old encounter design that allows people to know where they're going and whatnot, and then not have to do like 3 or 4 different clicks, develop a new habit. And there's pros and cons to this. It will make the player be a little bit more receptive to changes on how things work, and it's a challenge because you could argue, oh yeah, it's a feature of the new map. Now you just got to learn how to communicate differently. That's fair. I'm all for that actually. However, from a design standpoint, what are you going to do next? Are you going to go back to this? Or are you going to continue doing the 3-4 click thing, and eventually your next module you're going to move away and you're going to have to adjust all the negative criticisms again, right? Objectively speaking, it is more foot traffic, like period. It's just more foot traffic. Like in order to go from point to point here, it just takes more time to go point to point here. I don't mind it. I'm saying I don't mind it. It's thematic, right? I love the theme. The space theme is sufficient for me emotionally. Objectively speaking, it does not change the fact that this design is that taboo that a lot of game designers nowadays, like developers, try to stray away from, which is multi-menuing. Like it's always okay. So you start up your favorite game and you click on an option. That option leads to 4 other sub options, which leads to 5 other sub options under each sub option. Where the freak, where the flip is the option I'm looking for. That's kind of the taboo that this is doing. Not, but very lightly. I don't think it's like it's criminal or anything. It's more related to the length it takes to do the weekly. It's exacerbating that though. So it doesn't do any favors. It increases superficial clicking. That slows the pace down. So it's not like a meaningful. Often when you try to please or get your consumers, right, your end users to feel good, often it's not doing extra steps that do not have sentimentalism. And one of the extra steps in modern standards is multi-menuing. I can understand why, because I'm more of an organized person. Like my folders need subfolders, which need subfolders, because my brain works with a lot of micro steps. The mainstream audience, though, are not that. And it's very understandable. It's super reasonable, because we have to think about the mindset of a coder, right? A person who develops games. It inherently leans towards someone like me who likes to take all the micro steps. So all the logical steps. This must lead to this, must lead to this. Like everything's a subset. So you know all the paths. The vast majority of end users would probably prefer a list with 100 items on it, but it takes 1 click to get to the 100 items, then a click that gets you to 10 of the items, which are partitioned and binned into 10 more items, right? So like the subcategory, you take the 100 items, you bin them and subdivide them into 10 different options, and then in those 10 options, you find the other 10 options that are relevant. 10 times 10, that's 100 items, right? So that's kind of the idea. This is that case, but not very too bad. It's just something. I just thought it was kind of curious. And it's a departure from norm. So what I mean is, it's one extra step that the other modules don't have. And first week, I think it's fun in a way, but that's just me. It's fun to see the community adapt to that. And they did. They largely adapted to it. It's just one extra step. So now you like type one extra word, right? It's like HE Remichi instead of saying like HE, and it's only one map, so everyone knows what the heroic encounter is, right? BHE instance 1. There's only one BHE or one desirable BHE, so everyone knows. Now you have to type one extra word, and that's kind of clever in my opinion. It gets people used to remembering what the places names are, although it doesn't affect me at all because I like to remember things. So now people have to type like instance 10 Remichi, HE in Remichi, or ammonia, Valoria, right? You know, there are trade-offs, pros and cons. Just a slight fun thing about this module, I guess. I think it's interesting, and I enjoy watching people try to figure their way around it. I solve problems, so I don't see most things as problems. Just observations don't change. Those are the facts. If you can see a design that only takes you 2 clicks to do something, as opposed to 4 clicks, inherently one is, shorter than the other. And is that important consideration? It might be for future. Your heroic encounters, I would say when it comes to the weeklies, the upper limit for the weeklies would be to have double. I think the upper limit is twice the amount of time it takes to do an equivalence of work with your repeatables. So the repeatables take 30 minutes. Your weeklies can't take more than an hour. That's just the upper limit. And the reverse relationship is true too. If your heroic encounters are really long, you could maliciously, and I don't encourage this, increase the time it takes to do the repeatables. If you do that, the dissonance, right? The dissonance between the two, if you compress the range, you could secretly and maybe like immorally increase the player time without making it feel awful or dissonant. I personally wouldn't try to push the limits on that. So what I'm saying is, a lot of times when it comes to habit formation, like MMOs and live service games, if something is presented to you that is a very problematic, say you have to go outside and go get your car fixed. If going to get your car fixed requires 2 hours, but this person typically already spends like so and so time, around 2 hours, to do anything outside, going to get your car fixed doesn't feel as bad. That's like the whole relative thing. So in this case, if you're really hyper focused on trying to increase the longevity of your content, pragmatically speaking, but you have no empathy or sympathy, like you're just strictly objective, you're thinking logically, my goal is to increase retention time, you make all the activities relatively within a range of tolerability. So, for example, if you accidentally inflate it, or you want to inflate encounters or weeklies playtime, it would come with a proportional increase in the inflation time of repeatables. As an end user who would like to believe that the developers are empathetic people, that would be egregious, but over time it wouldn't be as bad. So like things that the more compressed you get on gaps, the less and less, the more insignificant it becomes, but it comes with a trade-off. It becomes more insignificant. So for example, I've been one that talks a lot about the skill gap, and not really necessarily the skill gap that involves comparing someone who, like two people fresh in that have different skill starts. We're talking about people who are already here versus people who are new. That skill gap. A skill gap of time, not competency. I still feel like it is incredibly toxic in this community to equate skill gap with time gap. So like for someone who says just get good takes time. You are comparing yourself with years of experience versus someone who entered. That is cross-sectional understanding. It has no element of time, right? So because that gap is pretty wide, and in Neverwinter, I've always often emphasized the entry point, right? This design right here, where for the longest time, not so much this. I actually think it's fantastic that they did this time. And it's a step in a more tolerable community as opposed to an intolerable one. But the whole idea is if you reinforce the privilege who's already established with gear that is vastly superior to the entry gear that requires to reach that progress, this big gap legitimately, both psychologically and might possibly literally affect their behavior in some way, separate the two classes. So you artificially and unintentionally probably created two classes that the established class are exercise bigotry and discrimination because they become the gatekeepers. They're very passionate people, very kind, probably, and incredibly proud, and probably deserving and very skilled, naturally, right? Because they're established. It doesn't ignore the idea that they have resources that the entry level does not have. And the bigger this gap is, the less intolerable it can become. So that's kind of the same idea of relative ease. So if you shrink this, the trade-off is the people at the top will find that their merits and stuff become less and less significant. Argument is, these rewards aren't good enough. You know, we work so hard. We want things that make us stand out and makes us feel special compared to those people who haven't. That is the trade-off. It does happen. But what happens is, as the gap narrows, tolerance goes up too. Right? When you become tolerant, things become less significant. So it's kind of like it's always a dance between the two. Do you want to feel extraordinary and be the most special person in the world? Sure. Do you know what happens when you play something that rewards super special people and always highlights super special people? You have no one to play with. You have no one to beat. And you're wondering, well, you know, I have good friends that are also good and stuff. It's like, but how do you know you're good? You have no one to play with. Like, what I mean is, if you're extraordinary and you're always in the class of your own, you have no equal, literally and figuratively. So if you're extraordinary and you're always at the top, how do you know you're at the top anymore? You have no competition. It's a non-competitive environment. So what does that do? It creates bigotry. It creates discrimination. If you're at the top, then you convince yourself you're at the top. And to stay at the top, you make sure everyone else never gets near you. And that is Cryptic's design for a really long time. Like, in my opinion, that it's not intentional. I don't think it's intentional. It's like the fallout of traditional MMO design. If you were here for a very long time, you were rewarded for your loyalty. But your game doesn't ever grow anymore. Because anyone who comes near this, it's like, nah, I'm not touching that. It's like looking at the Great Wall of China when you enter this game. It's like, hey guys, how long does it take so that I could, you know, hang out with you guys? It's like, well, you know, and then out of the sheer kindness of their heart, they'll explain all that stuff, or they'll try to, right? But you were in that elite club for so long, the only thing you unintentionally do is you communicate how hard it is to join you, and more or less your design mechanics in this game encourages your community to unintentionally and indirectly prevent your game from growing. So it's in the responsibility of both, but I would say in this case it's like 70-30 on the developers. The developers' design language reflects its community. So if your community is actively trashing people because they're just self-entitled all the time, probably rightfully deserved because they followed you for I don't know, however many, 9 years, 10 years. I'm one of them, I guess. I'm part of the 9 to 10 year club. But I play other games. I can't speak for the other people who are incredibly loyal to this game. I represent a minority, I suppose. I am definitely not resonating with that idea that you think you're the best and therefore you are the best. That's not meritocracy. That's nobility. And if you're a developer that designs gear that specifically rewards, balances around the nobility, you erode any form of meritocracy ever. And that's to the point where when you're trying to break away from that, you will get resistance. For example, if you keep adding new titles for clear conditions, have to commit to it. It's going to be a really tough transition because nobility is rewarded with something else. It's not a meritocracy. So very kind people, driven, motivated people, if they lack the self-awareness of how human conditions work, like psychology, which is not expected of everyone, it's not out of malicious intent or like really like they're not hateful people. It's humans spend their lives prioritizing some sort of awareness that's necessary for their happiness. It doesn't necessarily mean they're out to be fully aware and being malicious about it. And in this case, if you are a person like myself who spend at some period of their life in a very privileged position, you start losing how inept you are and how complacent you become. And in the end, the greatest thing to happen to me is I got slapped down back to earth. As in, like, I feel like I was very exceptional at some point, but then, you know, the ocean opens up and it's like, nah, there are a lot of brilliant people. How do I compensate for that? I rely on those people. I ask them, can you help me? I learn from those people. That's the opposite of a nobility. Literally, almost quite literally the opposite of a nobility. A nobility means you're always right. You are always the guy with more information, more resources. Whatever you say is the truth. I just described 70 to 80% of the Neverwinter community. So 70 to 80% that are still here playing your game. That's the summary. Like, if you enter a conversation with them, they are rightfully so, and there's no gaslighting, there's no intentional gaslighting or anything, because it is probably actually true. So it's even harder when the nobility is correct. And what creates correctness in a video game? The developer's design. So who has the best gears? Gear pieces. The nobility. Who has access to the best gear? The nobility. So what they say is true also. So what happens is, don't hate me. It's true. That's the argument. It's like, well, yeah, crap. Like, what do you do? That you guys are rich and I'm poor and I'm gonna stay poor and you're gonna stay rich. That's the truth. No hard feelings. Like, well, yeah, that's just it. That's no hard feelings. The nice thing about video games is it's a microcosm. It's a microcosm under the control of the developers. So good luck. That's kind of like a digression into... I was digressing about something else and then I kind of flowed into my same old thing. And it's not true anymore. I think it's less true now because of this module. This module, in my opinion, genuinely demonstrated that there's a move towards reducing the range, right? The accessibility range, so it becomes more accessible at the cost of the consternation of the nobility. So yes, I, including myself, sacrifice a position of power, right? So like the stuff that I have access to no longer makes me as exceptional than the person who starts the game in a week. And in a month's time, that person has all the tools and accessibilities to commit to refinement that matches me. That's fine. And that's kind of the idea of standardization. I can no longer, to tie in the thing that this game reminds me constantly, is I can no longer just switch to a sentinel and blast everyone out of the water. Because the sentinel has been standardized. So like, I just don't enter a queue and suddenly like, oh, that guy's playing a Justicar and a Vanguard. It's like, well, I'm playing on a Sentinel because the Sentinel does something that is incredibly efficient. I can't do that anymore because they removed it. They effectively gimped it to death. And now I have to play, play ball with everyone else. That's kind of the idea. And to me, that's refreshing. Depending on how long you spend at the top, it takes time to get used to. Like for example, ask anyone who spent 20 years becoming an expert in something, and then tell them you have to start over to prove yourself again. Now, depending on what type of environment you are in, you are nobility class if you say, I don't need to prove myself anymore. I've already done it. Or you're a scholastic class, which is like me, where I would be happy to do it again. Because if I did it once already, I'm more than eager to make sure I can do it again. The most successful people, in my opinion, and a lot of other experts that would agree with me, the most successful and dynamic people are those who have a mastery of their foundations. And they have no regrets or hesitation or concern to demonstrate those foundations all over again. So what do I have to do? Well, thanks Cryptic, I effectively deleted my Sentinel for the time being, and I reacclimated to Vanguards and Justicar because they were underutilized. They were clearly, Sentinel to me was the nobility class. It was, I agree with them, overtuned with one specific aspect, and they addressed it. But here's the catch, here's the catch 20, whatever, here's the catch though, like the trade-off. Sentinel represented, to me, that Sentinel represented nobility class. It would also mean that it's rare, as in there are very few players that understand how efficient Sentinels are. So when you're, as a designer, right, as a developer, investing resources into normalizing something that is relatively low impact, it makes the rest of the community think, what is the priority system you have for like the whole thing? And when I look at the tank changes, it kind of just reveals that it's very low, because that whole threat change and all the global changes were negligible. I would say in practice is incredibly negligible. So the idea is the priorities are pretty clear, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. I just play a different tank. I get to relearn whatever I got rusty at and whatnot, and that's great. If you are someone who says, nah, man, I didn't go through 10 years of this to do it again, like, well, I respect that. You should feel like that because you spent a lot of time. 10 years is a really long time to refine a skill. I'm a scholastic person. I have to relearn and do those things in order to teach someone that stuff. You're not in the department of explaining things and teaching someone something. You just want to be a boss. That's fine. All the power to you. Don't for a second think that you are morally justified or ethically justified thinking that feeling of entitlement makes things fair. It does not. It's the reason you can be elevated and held on a pedestal is because it's literally unfair. So don't bring, in my opinion, accept that it is about being unfair. I think one of the greatest cognitive dissonance or misunderstanding is the idea that people who are privileged, people who are held on a pedestal, understand what fairness is. At one point, they may have. The longer you spend not having to think about it, the less practice you become. I'm not saying you're incapable of it. It's just, you have to know. If you become incredibly skilled at something, sometimes you even forget how skilled you are. That's called the imposter syndrome, by the way. So, as a person that combats that a lot, I would say it's not something to brag about. Flexing about imposter syndrome, no one flexes about imposter syndrome. It ruins your life. So, if someone goes around acting like, oh yeah, you know, I know I'm really, really good, but I always feel like if you're advertising that, that's not quite it. Like, imposter syndrome literally makes you feel awful, so you don't mention it to anyone. So when someone comes up to you and say, I'm really good at this game, you are a noble. Like, you come up, it's like, oh, you should do this and I should do this. Yeah, haha, you know, condescending and stuff. You're a noble. And it's understandable. I can empathize if I had that mindset. I don't. When you come to me, it's like, here, this is what I do. It's like, oh yeah, you're really good. It's like, sometimes I wish I can do more. That's imposter syndrome. So I won't ever tell you that I'm really good at something, because I never feel that way. And you never talk about it. Because something that makes you feel awful, you don't share. You don't share what makes you feel awful. It's kind of like I want to do like a slight jab. This is as lighthearted as I can be. It's kind of like saying someone who wants to tell you that there's something, but they use it as a stamp, like a stamp of assurance. So for example, I'm a vegetarian. Sorry, vegetarians. I am sure you know what I mean. But you go around making sure that everyone knows you're a vegetarian, as opposed to understanding all the trade-offs you have with it. So for example, I know someone's personality just from how they express their vegetarianism. For example, the first thing someone would say when they fully are invested in that identity is, hey, do you mind if I order somewhere else because I don't eat meat? Like, I have a vegetarian diet. Not going around parading that they are vegetarian and somehow makes them elevated as a person. That's a nobility class. A scholarly class is someone who would suggest like, oh man, how am I gonna tell this person, like, so they come up with many different ways of negotiating the pros and cons about being vegetarian. They are concerned about how vegetarianism interacts with other people who aren't vegetarians. Much like this game, much like all video games, for example. The person you want to ask for help in this game largely doesn't exist. That's the trade-off of a game you design that increases the gap of accessibility. You don't have people who are naturally available to help in the first place. And that's kind of derived from your design choices. And I think it's fantastic. Now, I kid you not, just this here, or introducing advanced, like advanced dungeons and advanced trials, the frequency of people saying, hey, you could do this instead for the time being, and then you can join us, increased exponentially. Like, it's to the point where it enabled even the nobility to use this as an excuse, in my opinion, in sentimental excuse to defer a player to another subclass of group that's working towards, that's closer in gap, right? So that they can make the leap to the nobility. So now you hear things like, hey guys, I don't know how to do this one. It's like, oh, hey, you should start with the basic one and then definitely give advance a go and then move up from there. So that becomes a stepping stone. So those designs are great. If you want to as a developer, if you want to aggressively increase the growth of your game, bring it down even further. It will hurt. It will be very dissonant at first. I tell you, it's going to be very dissonant at first because it will no longer be easy for someone who is superior to feel superior. So what I'm saying about that is, let's think about money for a moment. Money is something that if you have money, you can make more money. If you take that away, and they are really successful people, they're going to have to come up with new ways to be better. New ways to show that they are better. And that continues to make them better. You design a game that continuously reward people the same way, it becomes easy. Now it's easy. They don't become better at anything. It's just the same thing. If you're always good and you've always been good at one thing, you continue to always be good at that one thing, while everyone else around will have to find new methods of being better. And eventually, those people around you will supersede you. Because that one thing stays that one thing. It doesn't mature or advance or anything. So as a developer, what is that? How is that important? Well, it's important because developers need creative freedom. They need liberties to develop new mechanics, new gear, new environments. Well, if your community is psychologically predisposed to always meeting a specific expectation, whatever you do is gonna suck. It's just gonna be psychologically sucky at first, until it's normalized. So whenever you do something new, like, and I'm taking this full circle to my first digression. The reason why I say this is there's a pros and cons to changing up your map style, like this travel system. Like doing this style versus making your weeklies longer or your repeatables longer. For me, whatever change it is, I'm gonna work around it. Like, alright, the weekly's too long. I won't do it this time. If I have time, I'll do it. The idea is now, if you don't have a central community that is constantly expecting to overperform, quote unquote, overperform, it's actually underperform, relatively speaking. If you're comparing yourself to your previous self, you're underperforming. Like, the baseline is great. The people who are great at this game, the baseline is excellent. It's really high, but they're constantly decaying. It's like having a great player never challenged. It's just constant decay, but they're so high up that no matter who enters the field, they're still above them. So it just keeps propping up that mentality until there's no challenge, right? So whenever you build a new boss or a new mechanic or a new reward, it's never enough. The reward's got to be better than the last time. The boss has to be harder than the last time, but harder in the way that it's easier for them to maintain their status. It's like if you remove those tools, it's the hardest thing you'll ever see. Here's a great way to illustrate. You make something that doesn't meet their expectation, it'll be the most challenging thing in the world, and they'll do everything they can to make it so that they can do it. What does that sound like? Well, that sounds like everyone else. But you don't do that. Cryptic doesn't do that. It's not a thing, right? And it's not a normal thing. And it will be very unpopular for a while. Or maybe like you have to undo 10 years of nobility. So that's going to be tough, right? So you could balance some things here and there. You can attempt to compartmentalize the two, perhaps, or something. But yeah, this is the community of Neverwinter. In fact, it's kind of related to the other community that I said I don't resonate with, the Us community. It's very similar. But in that community, there's transparency between the developer and the members, or at least the larger influence members, as opposed to this. And I would echo like some prominent developers who also stream and talk about working at Blizzard and stuff. The one thing that resolves all, or like can create a harmonious relationship, is direct communication. It's like some form of liaison and communication between the developer, the person who's creating the stuff, and the end user who's consuming the stuff. Everyone, or mostly everyone, not an elite class of established loyalty. But this is not the case here. It's the vast majority of players are like me, where they're pretty much familiar with what Cryptic does historically, and they continue to maintain that historical nature. Great digression. I wish I was like doing the task when I was doing this, but I kind of got really deep into it. That's the story for today. You know, because we're just doing dailies here. And now I really gotta book it. You can't know you're the best if you have no competition. Oh, hey. Hey, Trixie. Hello, hello. It's been a while. How are you doing? Wait. Did I already do this? What happened to my blue circles? You're doing well. The last time we spoke, I remember you were juggling a lot of things. Personal health, schooling. Actually, you were really close at accomplishing a major milestone in schooling. How's that going? Are you all wrapped up now? I'm doing pretty well, thanks. You know, self-improvements, figuring out what motivates me to do specific things. Right now, this is the 5th week, where right now we're doing the 5th week rotation of Neverwinter for the new module, you know, playing once a week, checking it out, keeping consistent. I also play another live service game. I'm not sure if that was a thing when we last spoke. Probably not. I play Phantasy Star Online NGS. I still play Us, the rhythm game. And now we're going into different types of territory. I have this little teaser that I'm looking forward to, and I am going to, in the future, in the very near future, brush up and learn 2 new languages, probably. And I'm gonna try to record all of it, just to maybe show myself primarily, but show other people how I would approach learning a new language using a tool that is incredibly popular or viral. So I'm doing this because I don't like the idea. I'm in disagreement with experts of constantly focusing on what something doesn't do and why they should do something else that's better, versus how do you utilize a tool for what it is, understand its trade-offs, and then compensate for its trade-off. So in the next year, I'm going to attempt to learn 2 new languages using a tool that has been heavily criticized for what it's not, and rarely celebrated for what it is. And that's kind of like giving the my spiel these last couple years. The last 2 years or so, I've been focusing on trying to bridge the gap between a creative mindset and the consumer mindset. So that's kind of what I ranted about here at the 5th week of Neverwinter. Anyways, you changed disciplines. You left with a degree in computing science, okay? But currently training in psychology. Kids are good. I'm getting married next year. Oh, congratulations. I'm expecting a little one on the way. Wow. Extra congratulations. That's quite a lot. Man. So what are you doing in psychology right now? How does one train in psychology these days? I'm not quite sure myself. It's been a while since I've been in a way that is not self-enrichment. Is there any way you can integrate your computer sciences degree with psychology? I can think of a few, but that would be personally biasing. What are your thoughts on? Medallions. 3 years for, okay, 3 years for your computer science, then 1 to 2 years for my master's, and potentially 3 years for your bachelor's, 2 years master's, and potentially a PhD. You're talking about psychology here? So formal education. Five years, huh? Interesting. That's pretty fast, relatively speaking. If I was going to combine it with tech. Oh, okay. You do have avenues. Interesting. Were you able to like consolidate some general education requirements or something and like eliminate a year or two from your psychology path? Is that why it's 5 years at the upper range? That seems a little quick. I would have said 7 or 8 years, and that's being incredibly optimistic. Or like a high degree. Combined with your computing, it lowered it a year for your master's. I see. That seems reasonable. Yeah, I would say on average 7 years is incredibly optimistic. Oh, you're suggesting 5 years. Oh, you're... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, I got it. I got it now. Sorry, I misread your sentence. You're saying 3 years, then 1 to 2 years for your master's, and then you'll pursue a PhD if like you're if you desire, and you don't know how long that'll take. Oh, okay. That's really reasonable. I was about to say, like, let me know. Like, I want to know how you do that. Like, I was actually very curious if there was some way to do that. Because a double PhD is not fantastic for me right now, but I had considered the idea of going back to formal schooling to get just the certification for psychology. Not necessarily like do it for educational purposes, but just to get the certification. Because at this rate, I'm just looking for a piece of paper. if it was readily available, I wouldn't mind. I would be okay with 5 years. Not like another 9+ years for something like a double PhD, like a second PhD. It's a return on investment. I mean, it's a diminished return on investment. That's crazy though. What got you into psychology, Trixie? What's your motivation for having a little one is my thought immediately. I think my true blue motivation for exploring so much of psychology voluntarily without formal education is educating youth. So, and when you mentioned that you have a little one coming, that would be the only thing in my mind to do. That would be all the motivation in the world for me personally, just to give a talking point. In fact, I'm typically doing all of this with the idea of having a little one, right? And educating young. But, you know, a little one is also like the same thing. Overlapping purposes. Legacy building comes with self-improvement for posterity. Alright, let's see where we are here. I think we need to do 2. We might as well do the 3. Aboleth. The water priest. The cultists. The cults of the water priest. Let's go yoink some pearls by committing genocide. I mean purging. Nothing like purging the native inhabitants and stealing their pearls, right? You decide to do an honors BS. Okay, bachelor's. As it also, it's 1 to 2 years, yeah. So accelerated master's program, because we do our thesis without, it's an accelerated master's. So in theory, it's 4 years, then 1 and 2 years. Yeah, I've always been interested, but I didn't pursue it because people made me feel stupid for doing it. Interesting. I have a lot of questions with that, and it goes with a lot of routes, but one moment. But when I finally threw my ex out, oh. Well, I'm glad you've exited some sort of abusive relationship, it seems. A separate story, he also immigrated to, okay, with his wife. Oh, that's interesting. And then went to do what I really wanted. Okay. I want to see how everyone's minds tick. But either child psychology or tech companies is where I want to go for helping people. Interesting. I guess tech companies you can probably apply as a confidence, like a consultation, probably a confidence consultation for a tech company. Because generally startups require confidence counseling, like performance coaching would be right down the alley for application of psychology into tech companies. I wouldn't necessarily say it's it's a proactive. I would probably say that's more in demand. Proactive psychology. And then child psychology is well established, which is nice. And it kind of lines up with your little one, right? It's pretty. So you have now returning to that thought about people making you feel stupid for pursuing psychology. I imagine this is more dealing with the misconception of psychology as a field of study, which is often drawn by someone who is inherently pragmatic. Probably a Chinese person would be pretty philosophically pragmatic on the nebulous nature of psychology, but that's a misconception. It's just that quantitative science have often been like this, I almost want to say psychologically overvalued type of system because it has clarity and consistency and quality of control. However, psychology is incredibly nebulous and complex, so it is associated with spuriousness in terms of its study. It doesn't diminish the merit and complexity required to understand psychology. So, you know, it's been a messy couple of years for me, but I am finally happy and I'm in a non-toxic. That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that you're in a non-toxic. That's brilliant. Okay, so your ex had, control issues. That's fair. I was reading a little bit more into it, I suppose. And his mother was a senior psychologist before she passed. So he made me feel stupid for wanting to do what I love. Well, that's kind of counterintuitive. So he discouraged you from doing something his mother did? Weird. It would be suggestive of a detached relationship between mother and son. Sorry, I'm in the psychology. Yeah, mommy issues. Yeah. Like, I'm in that psychology mindset already. Well, I really am always in that psychology mindset, but largely to find a semblance of empathy, right? So the idea that it's counterintuitive would be I'm acting on the presumption that a mother and son relationship, I like to be hopeful that a mother and son relationship is fruitful and positive. So because that premise fails, then I have to reject my hypotheses, right? And assume or presume that there are a not so great relationship between the two. Well, that's unfortunate that ended up being projected onto you, but it's nice to hear that you are doing well now and you did not fall victim to the Stockholm syndrome, if you know what I mean. I don't know when you're gonna start your psychology stuff, but I imagine the Stockholm syndrome would be one of them. Would be one of the psychological phenomenon that happens actually quite often, and it doesn't necessarily have to be literally interpersonal, as in the internet can be figuratively and metaphorically be interpreted as the consumer on the internet can be very well part of Stockholm syndrome, right? Like the idea that if someone keeps robbing you of money and you're rationalizing why they need to rob you of your money, Stockholm syndrome, you know? So it's tough. Eventually you become so complacent. Humans have this incredible robustness to be able to rationalize even under the really cruelest and abusive conditions. I'm using an example of microtransactions, but that's kind of something that people know at arm's length. But when it comes to relationships, that is very real, and it's incredibly dangerous. And it requires a wonderful support system to get you out of it. Not everyone is so lucky, in my opinion, to be able to do it independently. And it seems like you were able to. And I think that's incredibly admirable. So, you know, like sometimes it requires intervention to rescue someone from such a long interpersonal relationship. It's a beautiful subject that I'm finally doing. It also helps my children too with their autism and your ADHD. That's fair. I did get stuck in it for 13 of the 15 years. Dang, that's a really long time. Oh, and you had intervention from your future husband. Oh, that's great. That's great that you have a support system. You live with me for another after we split. Oh, okay. Wow, that's a really there's some deep cuts in there. I'm sure it'll be ever more interesting when you start expanding upon that and finding more awareness as you explore the field of psychology, right? And it goes without saying, it's not a coincidence that the most passionate and rigorous, vigilant people in a specific discipline is motivated by perhaps past trauma. Not necessarily all past trauma, but very vivid moments in their lives. So it would be I'm just saying, it's not without coincidence. You can make that presumption and you're probably on the mark. So as a sharing, I love that you're sharing some of this. I really appreciate it. It is safe to presume that my interest in psychology is also motivated by some sort of incredibly emotionally dependent and strenuous part of my life as well. Often passion comes also from a source of, we would say, trauma at first. However, that trauma becomes a source of power afterwards, right? Because the great thing about human memory, if you're into neuroscience and at the interface between neurobio, right? Psychobio, psychology, psychological biology, or neurobio, is the idea that our memories are tenuous. They're dynamic. Our memory is fluid, right? So trauma can easily not stay trauma. It can become fluid into something else. And it kind of makes pragmatism a little scary, because if you think about it in this way, you only ever experience something in the present once, ever, in your life. It's always going to be different by the time, so it's kind of one of those like psychological mind tricks to get someone to focus on the present at the same time if they're having problems with, if they're disproportionately focusing on the past or the future. You can get them to like balance it out and focus on the present, because biology, the way human memory works, with the few exceptions, you know, the 1 in a billion people who have eidetic memories, you never have the same moment ever again. Like, the present is the present. It'll never be the same. Like, it's just, that's just it. It never is the same. Like, you think you remember something, but when you remember it again, it's going to be different. It's going to be slightly different every time. Whatever it is, the subtle coloration of your imagery, it's constantly fluid. And that's kind of, I don't know if it's a concept at the moment that is discussed in early psychology, but it's more of an advanced, I guess, the nebulous area that you can utilize as a tool to help some people, the appropriate people. It's one of the coping strategies that I use for myself. I learn to celebrate things like that in order to not lose my way in consolidating everything with the fear of forgetting, and then also maximizing future, like planning future events. So that's kind of how I refocus myself on the present a lot of times, with the idea that I'm always, if I'm overcompensating by focusing on the past and the future, I improve the thing I'm lacking, which is focusing on the present. So that's kind of like how coping strategies work, or become sustainable, right? That's kind of the idea. And applying psychology, that's one of the reasons why psychology is incredibly cathartic and can be incredibly cathartic. It can also, you know, one can argue, if misused, you can self-gaslight yourself into things that aren't accurate. So it's always nice to frame it with other people, such as formal education and whatnot, or peers, your own, a council of your own peers. That's kind of where the whole PhD thing comes in. And masters. I would say bachelor's is where you develop fundamentals. And when you develop fundamentals, you're more taking in information, standardizing and creating foundation. Master's is a little bit less, and then eventually you enter graduate school, right? And PhD is when the whole qualification of PhD is just what I described. Being able to apply novel interpretation and observation without the need for, like, within the scape of a committee of your own peers, with like dynamic and nebulous things, right? Things that are newly discovered and whatnot. But the first 5 years, I would even include the masters, because in science, or like not psychology, but in the molecular, like the biological sciences, typically graduate students also become the mentor of master students. And what they're required to do is slightly outside of critical problem solving, as in it's still in a period where you have to demonstrate your foundations are sound. So usually it's the interpretive part, like observing, then interpreting, solving, then interpreting your solution or your interpretation of that, right? And then put it up for peer review. So your colleagues then interacting with your colleagues, and then going through that cycle over and over again. So I think it's my favorite part. Like in terms of the most engaging part, it is my favorite part, the peer review part. Pragmatically speaking, it's the worst part. So if you're someone who's anxious, focused on accolades, and whatnot, and not for the scholarly pursuit, that will ground you really, really hard. And I think I would say 50, maybe even over 50% of people discover that sometime in their PhD careers, that it's not for them. It still happens. I mean, it's less than bachelor's and master's. So what I mean is, when you're doing a pursuit with a higher education in mind, I would say, if I'm being conservative, as in like optimistic, 7 out of 10 people will discover that higher formal education and thinking is not for them. Somewhere around 3rd year of bachelor's, and then master's is a pivot point. So they made it that far. I would say 4 out of 10 would drop out and pivot to a different career. And then PhD is still less, but it's more than I really want to say. I would say optimistically, like conservatively, 20% found out that it's it's nowhere near for them. I would say another 50% would be, it's kind of for them, but it's a career pivot. So I would consider myself a career pivot, I suppose, for the time being. And then the others make it. You're left with like 30% of, you're left with 30% of 50% of, of 50% of 20%. So now you're left with a very few extraordinary people. In my opinion, extraordinary specialists, people who are completely committed to the purest form of higher education. I don't usually associate with any of them anymore, because I'm not one of them anymore. So naturally, it would be very difficult to encounter them regularly. Be associating with those who are incredibly scholarly in general. It's also worth mentioning that if you're one that's into psychology, it makes sense too, right? Or it checks out on a logical sense that pragmatically you would not, if you don't project and live in a specific field, you don't naturally attract and interact in that field, and you become less and less practiced. So I haven't talked about virology in a very long time at a level that is anywhere it's nowhere near comprehensible to anyone outside of those particular people. I still remember some of that stuff, but no, I wouldn't bring that stuff up unless someone's really, really interested. That would be incredibly rare here. Very incredibly rare in this instance. I would be floored. Mine is routed in past trauma. Yeah, I also don't want my own children to deal with it like you did. Yeah. Preventive. I am all for the preventiveness, or the offering how dynamically useful it can be. In a really tangential way, don't underestimate the placebo effect. And what I mean by that is, the placebo effect is such an elegant interface, or like a bridge between the physical sciences and the psychological sciences. And what I mean by that is, a lot of people talk about placebo effect as a way of, if you're evaluating something, a positive effect occurs without the actual theoretical active ingredient, right? But there's something else that the placebo effect that happens every single day. And it's through psychology. It happens every day. When you get up and you told yourself you got this, that's a placebo effect. And it's a great way to interface because in the material, like in the physical sciences, you always have to be cognizant of placebo effects, like, I don't know, pharmaceuticals and active ingredients. But man, that is something both physical sciences and psychological sciences have in common. The placebo effect is incredibly powerful. It's so powerful. I don't know if you've heard recently. I don't get a chance to bring this up very often because I don't talk to older people very often recently, right? And what I mean by older people, I mean people who have concerns that are reflective of the biological stage in life. So things like health is a great one, like personal preventive health. Because I don't know if you heard recently, but the biggest stir right now is about the efficacy of phenylephrine. Yeah, I think it's phenylephrine. I probably am mispronouncing that. But the idea is that after some rigorous panel testing from the FDA, which I know you don't literally connect, like it's not, you don't have to be American technically and whatnot to appreciate this, but phenylephrine have been shown tentatively, probably more rigorously now, did not have an effect beyond placebo. So not to have a significant effect beyond placebo. And I don't know if you're familiar with phenylephrine, but yeah, so and then of course this is talking about the government body now. So the FDA could not find efficacy for phenylephrine, and that's a big talk because one of the most commonly sold and used active ingredient for decongestant is phenylephrine. And now it's just like weird. Like, it's weird. This is a digression from the power of the placebo effect, but at the same time, it is also to emphasize how difficult it is and how tolerant one has to be in the field of science, in any field of science, like, you know, like investigative problem solving, right? Or not necessarily investigative, but discovery and critical thinking, complex problem solving. Because, man, I had my suspicions for a very long time. And this presents a little bit more modesty in how decongestants work. I have almost yearly now allergies, right? And my father seems to be suffering from persistent respiratory problems or respiratory annoyances, not necessarily like health, like chronic illness related things, just very regular congestion. And for the longest time, it has been very hit and miss when it comes to the use of very popularly advertised decongestants. And sure enough, for me, I would say I have a personal relationship with decongestants. I know, personifying a active ingredient, but I have a personal relationship with various decongestants, and I can earnestly say my hit and mix dependency on decongestants have been, I almost even want to say, vilified by the idea that, sure enough, it might just be a placebo. There are other active ingredients, obviously, like that can that has yet to be tested. You feel this a lot too? Yeah, so like I don't know what the main medication is in like for decongestant, main active ingredients being used on British store pharmacy shelves. But yeah, things like Sudafed, Robitussin, there's just so many of them. I think even NyQuil and Tylenol has some combination that adds a large significant dose of phenylephrine. Crazy. Sorry, that's just some kids sometimes, you know, when you talk to younger people, it's like, you know, I'm young, I'm robust, that's something to worry about later. It's like, yeah, that's also something parents worry about. And I'm not a parent, but I certainly think like one. Because if you spend, in my opinion, I would argue, if you spend a whole lifetime thinking about educating kids and trying to find ways to inspire them and seek a great life, you know, as great a life as they can, you kind of start sounding like a parent most of the time. In fact, I'm getting to that point where some people are surprised to find out that I'm not only, I don't have a child, I don't even have like younger siblings I hang around with, nor do I have any form of like, I'm no like uncle to anyone, and I also don't have a partner. Just sound like a teacher, a very concerned teacher. And then some would say, nah, teachers, they're cynical about teachers too, you know, because nowadays it's tough. The type of conditions and things, at least in the United States, that formal education, people are pressured in a way that it can produce this cliche of teachers not caring and all that stuff, but that's just a dehumanizing generalization. That's unempathetic, unfortunately. I use dexofenadine for allergies. And over here, the other one in decongestant is either phenylephrine or, oh yeah, and pseudoephedrine. Yeah, I'm not sure. The jury's out on the second one, but the phenylephrine, yeah. And I use for my allergies, I use Lotrin? No. I don't know, the thing in Claritin. And then I use yeah, I also use a fluticasone, the nasal spray thing, the steroid, in case like one of my nose like completely block up. It occasionally happens. Becconase, I have no idea what that is, but it sounds like an steroid base. Interesting. All these different names. It's been a while since I've been in organic chemistry. And a lot of these are actually, they're not necessarily IUPAC kind of things. They're just whatever you, they're kind of like a different, it's pharmaceutical naming. And I can say I am not very good at pronouncing those things. Yeah, people don't talk about these things, huh? I have a friend that works at the FDA and I kind of want to talk to him about it. Nasal entry, so the thing about the FDA thing is, I need to cite very specifics, right? They're specifically talking about the oral consumption because it's the concern. It's not necessarily the active ingredient is ineffective. The efficacious of the ingredient is its bioavailability, which has always come into question because of oral congestion. You know, what is the bioavailability when it enters your stomach? And it's really specifically about how phenylephrine is commonly used. It's ingested. And that bioavailability is diminished so greatly that it's not clear if it has an effect. There might be a chance that, you know, maybe bioavailability is varying so much that specific case studies, perhaps some people have a high sensitivity or a high absorption rate of the active ingredient, perhaps. However, right now though, when you use nasal spray, like using your olfactory, like going through your nose, the mucosal surface is more susceptible to the bioavailability apparently. Like it's greater bioavailability. So that's still, at least from my impression, effective. Good enough anyways. I don't know about phenylephrine being used in a nasal spray though. So I'm not personally experienced with a product that has phenylephrine in a nasal spray. It's usually some sort of corticosteroid or something like that, like a steroid derivative, to help improve, to help modulate vascularization around your nose to alleviate some of the symptoms. It's nice to have a good conversation. In all honesty, it's hard to talk to other friends like this. Interesting. One day though, right, as you're going to university and whatnot, you're gonna be definitely I would highly, you know, I imagine it'll be quite exciting to meet other colleagues. And as you progress in your education, it'll definitely spark up a lot of colleagues. 3 of my best friends were former colleagues. We're still friends, we're still best friends. It's just it would be a stretch to say that, to imply that we are in the same field anymore. We still talk in a manner speaking, but just not in like incredibly detailed context one. Yeah, phenylephrine is still orally consumed. I think for the most part that's the most common. I'm curious how it's going to change up the use of it now that I know that FDA doesn't necessarily stand as a gold standard for all the other countries in the world, but it does bring into light that maybe other countries perhaps are motivated to also participate in rigorous testing of what is commonly accepted as facts, sort of, for the longest time. And then, you know, have a converging, I don't know, conversation between collaboratively testing existing pharmaceuticals for their efficacy. I study from home, do my lecture with video. Oh, okay. Your master's is physical? My kids will be 18? Oh. It's like we can't use either until 15 to 20 weeks pregnant because of the... Oh, yes. Yeah, the vasodilation. Yeah. Or maybe it's constriction. I'm pretty sure it's constriction. That would be a very not so hot for your fetus, your little one, you know, because it's like I'm pretty sure it's vasoconstricting, so that it reduces like swelling and inflammation to the place that it's applied. So if you're consuming that, constricting blood flow while carrying a little one is I can imagine that's where the logic is coming from, without knowing anything about pediatric care, you know, and being an expert in pharmacological studies and whatnot. But I imagine that's the line of logic regarding the risks involved with using a vasoconstrictor during pregnancy. It's been a while since I spoke like this. Good old concise vocabulary. Usually I throw in a like or something, but this is my element. When I'm out of my element is when I'm starting talking about get good and pep face and lulls and debating, you know. I really do sound different. Very different. It's kind of the world you live in when you become higher educated, in my opinion. And I don't necessarily think I'm doing it in a condescending way. I'm doing it because one of the biggest psychological gaps that one must take into consideration when you like talking about psychology and stuff is you have to make your communication easily understood. That is not to say that it is simple to understand. It's that it must be spoken in a manner that's easily understood. So explaining complex topics in a understandable way. That's kind of what I've been doing the whole time. Like, if I wanted a hot take on what I've been doing the last year or two, and you haven't spoken to me for a year or two, that's the focus. I'm integrating psychology in that manner with communication. I think largely now I would consider myself humbly as more of a communication specialist than anything else. I have some medical knowledge too after being I don't know what an HCA stands. Oh, no. A home care administrator? Sorry, a hospital. No, I don't know. A healthcare administrator. I don't know why I said home. At a residential care facility, but also a lot because of my genetics. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned the Euler's Danlos. Healthcare assistant. Oh, okay. Okay. I have actually never found the way you talk kind of thing, but I understand what you mean when needing to use. Yes. And lay terms, it's interesting because I use the lay terms a lot, but nowadays it has specialized into, it's not specifically lay terms, but more of communicating in the nuance necessary. So for example, if you wanted, like as a person who's interested in psychology, right? So I'm appealing to your interest in psychology. In order to apply psychology, you must have to specialize your dialogue and your communication to that client or to that person. And that specialization is anything but layman's. Because what you're like, if you needed to adapt a specific, like, you need to practice something you're not great at, and that is anything but layman. However, some other people might think like, oh, why are you talking like me? It's like, well, I would love you to understand me. I hope that's okay. You know, right? Because it is a skill that is incredibly under practiced the higher educated you are. And it's something that is very deficient. And also very, to be very fair, it's also incredibly time consuming. So if you're trying to become at the pioneer of your edge of your field, some skills fall by the wayside, and you often have to make your decisions on where you want to invest your time. And typically communication falls by the wayside. And what I mean by communication, I don't mean necessarily communicating as in disseminating what you know per se, but instructing and teaching someone else. So often you can see that duality where, oh yeah, teachers and coaches lack a refinement of specialization of experience because they have to sacrifice that as a way to mature and refine their communication. And then back and forth. So one thing unique about psychology is that when you enter a field for psychology, it's far more paramount that you have an ability to exercise proper communication. It's like you can get away, I would say you are far more lenient when you're in a field where it's closed off and it's usually with specialists. So for example, if you are a theoretical physicist, psychologically it checks out, and logically it checks out that a theoretical physicist might have undeveloped communication skills. However, they can collaborate with someone who does have better communication skills. You know, as you step down towards the necessary vocabulary, right? So there's always this like dissonance about, oh yeah, TED Talks, for example, had this, in my opinion, has this unfortunate, this isn't the whole picture problem, but at the same time it's simplifying something. So that's kind of an example of where I'm not suggesting that communication skills is a simplification of something. It is improving the understanding of something. So it's very, very important, because not all TED Talks, so that's where that whole TED Talk controversy kind of came out. And then that's where all the internet experts and the influencers of today flow in, where a lot of times information is being simplified. It's not being improved in understanding. It's being simplified. Simplification leads to dangerous misinterpretations, or dangerous in the same, potentially dangerous or counterproductive to the person that's of that person's interest. It's an incomplete picture. So when you are someone who is new and have become a public figure with no prior experience, the algorithm and the attractiveness of things is to emphasize simplification of information, not improving its understandability, like its comprehensiveness. So when I'm describing something, I'm not making the attempt to cut corners. I'm not giving you a hot take. I'm trying to make the incredibly long deep cut into something understandable. And it's no shorter, no longer. It feels easier. to understand, though. So you're sitting here listening to me talk 4 hours. The goal of becoming a communication specialist is to keep you here 4 hours, dynamically being engaged, but not feeling like you're lost. As opposed to, let's say, a graduate or like a graduate professor, right? Who has spent many of their years being the GOAT of their research. And then when they're giving a seminar to first year graduate students and half of them are just like outside the door, like their mind is outside the door and like their body is still in their chairs, that's kind of the sacrifice they make in a more like logic way, where the time was disproportionately placed in different areas, right? It's difficult to spend all your time around little goobers and try to interact with graduate students about what they're doing in their lives in order to form this empathy again, and at the same time become the top of your field and pave ways to sounding like no one gets you, that kind of thing. It's poetic, but you know, it's the human condition, and I like talking about that stuff a lot. My language for my computer science versus my psychology, linguistics, and communication are vastly different to one another. Yes, I would say for me, since I've largely become formal about this now, I would say I have 7 different types of dictions. I would say classically 7. 1 for science, of course. 1 for business, like business transactions. And I have to remember that although I'm illiterate in a different language, I do speak 3 different languages right now. And those require different culturalisms and decorum. And then because of that, I also resonate with different cultures, but still use English. And those must obey specific cultures. Like Korean, Vietnamese, and Japanese have different decorum. So when you're expressing something, like how ecstatic you are, or your outbursts or interjections and stuff, they require very specific nuances. Like the way I'm talking now is nowhere in the neighborhood of how I speak with my parents in any way. Not even in the sense of transitioning between formal. We're not talking about the transition between formal and personal communication, where like, oh yeah, I'm talking professionally, I want to be politically correct kind of thing, and then suddenly shift to a casual thing. No, it's just the dynamics are different. Even the vocal volume, the projection, the hand motions, the pausing, the exclamatory, most of that, all the cadence and stuff changes over time. And my fascination with psychology is necessary for communication. And these things interact in a manner that keeps my manic mind constantly engaged. So I'm constantly always thinking about something, knowing how psychology feeds into communication. So that's kind of the nice thing. So at this very moment, while I'm thinking about what my hand motions are or things that I'm doing, it's a constant focal point. Because if I don't have something to focus on, I'm gonna have a tendency to deviate everywhere. So right now, it's always short bursts of constant active attention. I'm sure that's something relatable, given that you mentioned ADHD and autism. I generally prefer a more positively biased phrasing. I would say I usually use the phrase high functioning generally. And so I typically would say it's pretty safe to presume I am a high functioning person, and I formed a lot of coping strategies and things from psychology, from like personal self-study in psychology. And I try my best to communicate that in some way. 25. Sorry, I gotta make sure. Okay, so 25. Okay, I haven't been keeping on task. Yeah, and then I do 2 of these. Absolutely relatable, given I have to do 3 different things to keep the high. Yeah, yeah. I'm planning out. You know, when I go running, I try to block it with physical activity as well. I know that that is not necessarily an avenue that you may explore too often, because you did mention a lot of your physical limitations. When we previously spoke. But now I do a lot of running, like a lot of running. And the mechanical, you know, the mechanical physical strain can be a cathartic block or mental burst. I see. I don't think it has to be mutually exclusive of each other. I don't think it's compensatory either. So what I mean by that is I don't necessarily think they're mutually exclusive or share dualities with each other. Your physical health is tied to your mental health. So for the example I'm suggesting, it doesn't necessarily have to be running, but your quality of life and your performance mentally can most definitely be synergistic with just focusing one side or the other side. However, it is quite difficult to remove oneself when they become incredibly reliant on certain strategies. One would be mental strategies, right? Physical strategies offer an incredible way, an untapped manner to not only improving your mental performance, but also perhaps offer as a synergistic coping mechanism. I imagine that would be a psychological, that would be in psychology somewhere. Because without physical activity, it would be very difficult to also offer empathy and resonance with any future clients when it comes to their mental well-being. Like psychological clients, or like, patients. I walk as much as I can just for break, but also to see different things. Change of scenery helps boost my... That's great. That's awesome. Change of scenery. What do you look for? Actually, I'm kind of curious. When you go on a walk, what do you look for? What goes through your mind? It doesn't have to be any particular, like, retrospection of the last 10 years of your life, but just recently, you know, just recently. Any particular vivid impressions? When I walked, I will share a little bit of tether, a thread for communication, future discussion. Today I ran I run every day, by the way. I get up and I run 3 miles, or actually we can use English units actually. 3 miles every day. Or approximately 5 kilometers. Let's give or take a few kilometers here. And today is one of the more infrequent encounters where I saw someone returning home. I run by the same route every single day, right? And that person happened to be exiting their car, and it lines up, and then we said hi. That was my event for the day during the run. There are a few more punctated, but it has been, I don't remember what's today. I think it's day 398. I've been running every single day, with one minor exception during a convention, a 3-day convention, but 398 days of running. And these events are very vivid. Like, I know what that person's wearing, how tall that person is. Like, it's just a hello. And what I mean is, I also am not wearing my glasses when I'm running. So when I mean I know what that person's wearing and what their complexion is, I mean like the general shape of the color, because I can't actually see things very far away. I run effectively visually impaired. I used to wear contacts, but if I have to run every day, I'm not gonna put in contacts every day. That's I'll take the risk of running visually impaired. I still take it in though. I think the world, okay, so here's a extra metagame. I actually think the world looks, and you might be, I know you're gonna say duh here, like logically speaking, for all the logic people, you're gonna say, logic's gonna say duh, but the world looks very different when you take off your glasses. And it creates a different type of sensory input. You know how that pop culture media about, like, if you go blind, your other senses compensate, or, you know, but not necessarily. I wouldn't use the word compensate. I would say the division of attention and refinement goes somewhere else. As in, if you stop using your sight, your resources are liberated to invest somewhere else. It's not necessarily a compensation per se, as in it's substituting. It's just a deviation of attention, right? So when I'm running blind, I get so much more focused on my breath. It's weird, and I'm using blind very loosely. Visually impaired is the word I would use, because I'm not clinically blind, or like my glasses are okay. I can still function fairly well without my glasses. But visually impaired, it creates a different sensory experience than doing it at all. So here's the meta, right? This is my meta for my life's mantra. When the things you get used to doing can feel right. It doesn't have to, just because it feels right, it doesn't have to box you in. So there was a long time where I remember, like, man, I don't want to run, like, I don't want to do activity, and it was all bound also by my physical limitations and my, like, impaired eyesight, like I have to wear glasses. I ran my first mud run, and it goes all the way back to like over 10 years ago. It's getting close to 10 years. When I ran my first mud run, it was 12 miles, mud was everywhere. We had to do obstacle courses. We could like fall off, miss jumps and stuff. I did it visually impaired, like, because I didn't want to wear contacts and mud getting in the eye and all that stuff, but it was a different experience. The following runs, I wore contacts. It was a different experience. Like, you could see the smiles on people's faces. That's one of the, like, most vivid details that I can remember. Like, you're running and you can see everyone cheering, and they're not just blobs. But at the same time, when I was visually impaired, I could imagine them smiling and what they look like. It's just a different experience. And the experience is something you can resonate with for the future. So what I mean by that is, just because you don't like something, there's no need, you don't necessarily need to find that motivation for yourself. You can find the motivation to knowing that you're going to get a new experience that you can use for later. So, occasionally I do things without my glasses. It's been so long because I've had glasses since I was 13. And it's been 23 years now, almost 24 years, wearing glasses and taking them off and running. It's a different experience. It's an experience I haven't had in a long time. So, and it's an experience that you can't possibly imitate. Well, you can try. Like, the internet, I didn't get this novel idea for myself. It was inspired. I saw that on YouTube. It was like this fun viral challenge for artists. What they do is they either impair their vision or deliberately, or like put in a filter or something, and then they were attempting to draw it with that obstructed vision. And my thought was, man, I could do this any day. I just take off my glasses and do it. Like, you can't do that. So the reason why is that there's this beautiful, I know I'm going a little bit, I'll read your comment in a sec. There's this beautiful guy, like, and when I mean beautiful, I mean the things he does. So it's this blind guy, and his YouTube shorts, he opens packages that people send him for appreciation. He just wants to, his whole channel is built around what it's like, or what the little things and the life of being blind or being incredibly visually impaired. I'm not entirely sure if he's completely blind, but blindness is on a spectrum. So you have to know that a great majority of blind people have varying degrees of blindness. But so I don't know about the guy's history, but it's so interesting to see him open a package and he's like, this smells like candy. I don't know what this is. And he's just opening and he's just doing this. It was a different experience. Oh, you got an ad. Oh, I know the difference with having prisms in my lenses. I can't see anything without them. However, I can't remember what it's called, but I have enhanced smell, like to minute obscures. That's great. That's a good example. Yeah. And the whole smell, like when you're trading off smell in your vision and stuff, I don't necessarily think you didn't have that ability. That's why I don't think it's compensation. I don't like the word compensating. It's how your attention is diverted, right? So if I decide one day, yeah, I'm just gonna blindfold myself for like 3 months, your experience is gonna be dramatically diverted because you have to rely on understanding the nuances. But it does help. Yeah. So what I mean is you can no longer compare yourself to when you didn't have those glasses. You know what I mean? Like, so you may possibly be, if you had great eyesight, if you induce the same conditions onto you, you may actually end up developing that same ability, like that same nuance. So that's kind of what I mean by my very like sappy way of saying human potential is untapped most of the time. It is your choice to tap it or not. That's a weird word, tapping. Access it. So what what is my hot take on running? Well, when I am not visually impaired, I am most definitely distracted by everything I see a lot of times. When I am visually impaired, I'm really focused on the way I breathe. Like, almost mandatorily, because the visual impairment creates an offset that makes it weird, right? But eventually that can end up being normalized. I might be used to seeing objects like that, and then maybe my breathing benefits from it, but it's through training, right? It's through training. How is that useful, right? How's that useful in the way video games are? Let's just use video, like this is going to be a segue into video games, right? How is that useful? It tells you, it allows you to literally be able to force compartmentalization for yourself. So it can affect things like, how do you focus on something? The reason why I'm choosing focus is because I am a high functioning person, and incredibly, it's very difficult to find very accessible ways of staying focused. And by, you know, coincidence of inspiring myself to do different things, I've come up with, one could say, potentially unconventional ways of coping or synergistically compensating for something, and that is what makes an effective psychologist, in my opinion, or an effective communication specialist, or teacher, or instructor. If you're going to a therapist, or if you're going to someone who is going to try to help you, and the first thing they tell you is, there's nothing wrong with you. You know, I've had many patients just like you, and you're just like all of them. There's nothing wrong with you. The first thing it would imply is this person has a limited experience, both personally and professionally. Right? Because the first thing they rely on is gaslighting you. That's my deep cut, or always be willing to have a scholarly take. And personally, that's what a PhD stands for, in my opinion. So if there's a hot take about what it means to have a PhD, is that you're not inside a box. You keep potential at arm's length, but you know when to tap into it, access the possibilities without being xenophobic about it. So for me, hey, I'm running every morning. Why do I need sharp eyesight for it? What does it even feel like to run visually impaired nowadays? It's like, well, I can definitely tell you, I remember all the blobs. I can tell you, I remember all the different like panels underneath my feet on my route every single day. I ran the same route for over 300 days straight. And there's actually a lot of times I just close my eyes and run it. Like, you know, I don't, in the morning when I wake up, my eyes are like, they're kind of dry, or I don't really want to open them, so I just close them and continue running. That's just it. Like, yeah, you know, I'll just picture myself somewhere else, I guess. This, along with a lot of other things, but that's one of the big things. A lot of times, I don't even remember what I see, like, at all. So I know when I'm looking forward, my eyes are taking in an image, but that image is not encoded. Like, I don't remember what I saw that day a lot of times. So now I'm always curious. I have a heightened curiosity, but when someone says, hey, I went on a walk. It's like, oh, what did you see? Because I want to know. Because nowadays, when I'm out, the 30 minutes that I'm outdoors, I don't even remember what I see anymore. Because I don't see anything. Or I see a lot of blobs. However, just like you, I remember what I smell and what I hear and how I feel. Like my foot, how it feels. I can feel the rain dragging me down. Like I can feel the water kicking slowly into the front side of my shoe. Or like how I'm slowing down because of like some arbitrary amount of water on me. So that's what I'm talking about. That's your attention gets deviated somewhere else. Like heck, my eyes are useless right now. Go do something else with my attention. Sorry, that's a really long digression, but it's so real. I absolutely love these experiences. So nowadays, when someone tells me there's no reason for me to do this again, I beg to differ. However, I'm not going to be the person pushing you to do it if you don't want to, right? If your mind's not in it, you can't actively do what I'm doing. You have to be intentionally doing it with intent and looking for it. So if I'm doing Neverwinter for like the 1000th time, I'm having this discussion with you. That's irreplaceable. And this 1000th experience is still different from my 999th experience. Because I intended it to, and also it's actually literally true, but I don't want to convince people that. You can't have the same experience twice. It's just, that's illogical. Under normal circumstances. Amnesia would be a type of situation that I wish no one desires just to experience an experience for the first time again. I'm just saying. Like, in a psychological manner, if you think about it, someone who wishes to forget something so that they can experience again would imply that this person also has some sort of motivation to want that to happen. Imagine what type of state of mind you have to be to overvalue losing time and experience in order to experience something again. It would be in a mindset that genuinely be someone who has very little to look forward to, or less things to look forward to. The most optimistic way I can interpret it is this must be the best experience they ever have, and that's the most optimistic outcome I can think of. But what is the realistic chances of this being the best experience they'll ever have in general? The answer is no. Like, it's highly improbable it's going to be the best experience they'll ever have in their life. They're still alive. All experiences following is a culmination of that experience and any further experiences. The chances of having the best experience of your life and then having more experiences being worse than just having that one experience is astronomically highly improbable. Yes, exactly. Even if they forget and did it again, it still wouldn't. It'd be under different circumstances. Again. So, to me, the person can be very healthy if they're ignorant to that state of mind, right? So, one chance is, the less likely chance is, this person has a self-gaslighting property where they are feigning ignorance and not seeing that, and they can be happy for a time being. To me, what my biggest concern is when someone says something like that is, tell me, stranger, do you look forward to anything? Like, this can't possibly be the thing you want to literally forget something in order to experience it. There's so much more. Like, I really hope you don't mean, like, I hope you mean this like in a complimentary, maybe a passing jokingly way or something. But generally speaking, you don't say that really, like, not many people say that very often. Not many healthy, excited, sustainable people would say that they want to forget an experience, to tread in place. That's unfortunate. And I don't necessarily think the person, you know, self-aware. You have to assume that they are self-aware that they're in that. And who knows? You could be the stranger that be like, hey, you know what? You're right. And you could change the path of that person's life with just a little suggestion, which is kind of why I think psychology. That's how I build the necessity for needing to be able to communicate and understand psychology, even at a basic level. Like, I don't know what the meaning of that word is anymore, but in order to empathize with people, even at a cursory level, you know, like a superficial level, that's still more than 0. And it can help oneself so much. What am I doing? Oh, I already finished this. Having conversations with empirical knowledge, you know, just very superficial knowledge of things can help one evaluate one's own motivations for doing things. Heck, in Neverwinter, I always go back to this, but someone told me that just a total stranger who just suddenly wanted to project their values onto me told me that I don't understand, or I haven't truly had the full experience of playing Neverwinter. Like, just out of nowhere, right? It's like, well, you know, with all due respect, you don't strike me as a person who cares enough to have the full experience of Neverwinter. And, you know, respectfully, I would say, you're right. But and you're wrong at the same time. Or I agree, and I also disagree. So I agree with you based on your value system, the value system you're projecting. So you're suggesting that if I don't do a specific thing in the game, that would constitute as a non-comprehensive experience, because your value system prioritizes whatever's in the game, right? Fair. I agree. I disagree that my experience is less comprehensive than your experience from my perspective. If I didn't do this and I spent time doing something else while playing Neverwinter, that's part of the Neverwinter experience. How big is your universe compared to my universe? My universe includes an empathy for your perspective. You do not reciprocate that empathy with my perspective. So now just imagine that you're a continent in my ocean. And then we'll talk about a state of mind of comprehensive experience. You know, my ocean don't necessarily go all up in your island most of the time, but it's within my domain. So yes, it's not comprehensive. I don't have comprehensive knowledge of your continent. But at least I know it exists in my ocean. Your continent is ignorant of the ocean around it. That's kind of my like metaphor. That wasn't my original spiel, but I started thinking about it more and more, and I developed like, I wanted to add some imagery and some poetry, you know, poetic stuff. That's kind of why I stream most of the time and talk to myself. The more you story tell, the more you look at things, you get a little poetic, and I like it. I mean, who said poetry had to be in proses, right? It didn't rhyme. It didn't have like some profound necessary thing like on the nose kind of thing, but you know, metaphors are great. People can live on land without ever seeing the ocean. It's very possible. You could spend your entire lifetime landlocked and never see the sea. That's just that's a great metaphor for someone who projects their worldly views without seeing the world. And I can understand that without necessarily having to imply that the other person is lesser than the other person. So that person was implying to discredit me. And the giveaway is that he says with all due respect, or like the person used a euphemism, as in they already know it can be interpreted as offensive, as opposed to just asking me what my thoughts are about it. So whenever we preface, we're talking about our concerns. So I voice my concerns by using prefaces. For example, I know this can be interpreted in the wrong way. So I want to inform you that it can be interpreted in the wrong way. And I am aware that it can be interpreted in the wrong way. Now I will share my thoughts about that. I own that preference. Like, you know, I own that disclaimer. It serves a function. It's not revealing my hand that I was like, hey, no offense, but you suck. It's like, well, then that kind of implies you intended to be offensive. Hey, just watch enough. Twitch is great for that. Twitch is really great for that. If you stick around long enough, just go on stream and you'll see what I'm talking about. This has been one that, oh, okay, my fault. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's British, you know. We got to talk about UK time. And I think it's daylight savings. Like, there's a daylight savings time thing now, right? So you're 5 hours ahead, probably. Yeah, thanks for chatting. I love this. Let me, you know, when you come back, I hope your little one is, you know, whenever. You got to take care of the little one. Looking forward to hearing your story about the little one. Oh, you get it a week before? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, you know, stay safe. Good luck with your education. Due in June. Oh, well, look forward to some stories. Hopefully, you and your partner have the greatest joy. You know, fingers crossed. All the best health. Yeah. Thanks for chatting. Yeah, good luck. Okay. All right, we really need to focus. All right. Fun times. Hey, you know, what else can you do, right? Neverwinter. It's a lifestyle. I didn't connect it back to Neverwinter though. So all that stuff that I said, I can connect it back to video games. Oh yeah, I had a segue for video games with that entire conversation. If you want to get a gamer, I would say if you want to get a gamer who absolutely loves a specific game to challenge themselves and do something, to reframe their life in the way I reframed that whole like running story, Just think of what they do when they do self-imposed challenges. That's the same method. So, in a way, anyone could connect to the attraction of video game by taking their life experiences and reframing it in that way. So, for example, a no-hit challenge, right? No health recovery challenge. That is the same. That is incredibly psychologically on the same plane as me running visually impaired. You start appreciating, you increase your appreciation for specific things that a product offers, like a video game. So in one way, that's another way to appreciate a product that you really like or appreciate an activity you really like. It's a great demonstration and it's a great psychological. It would be a trick, a mind trick, if you're unaware of it. It would be a great tool if you're aware of it. And for me, it's a great tool. So, why do I play? I haven't had this question in a while, actually. The jokingly troll that drops by and say, hey, why do you play this dead game? Well, do I have a story for you if you are willing to stay long enough to actually understand it? And one of them is having the conversation that I just had, right? So why do you do something? Well, at least I can always explain why I do something. Or at least try to. Sometimes I don't have to explain it, which is still, as long as I'm content, I don't necessarily desire to have to explain it. But that's the challenge. Ask yourself, when you say, oh yeah, I'm doing the same thing, I'm grinding here. It's like, well, I'm worried about you. Because when you say you're grinding something, it's not sustainable. It's rarely ever sustainable. When the first thing you say as a motivation is you're grinding something. It's grinding something means it's often meaning you're passively doing something, and when that passively doing something becomes normalized, it's the human condition for it to fade, as in it will become diminish in return. So you gotta find new things about it. You gotta switch it up. You gotta be excited about something. You gotta develop. It doesn't have to literally be given to you. You can create it. It's endless. That's what, in my opinion, that's what I feel most successful people are talking about when they say you have to find self-motivation. The key to self-motivation is to be so creative that even getting up can be different every day. I say that like it's easy, but I don't even do that. I don't know what to. I usually do something new after I get up. But it would be very impressive to hear other people's creative ways to doing that. I mean, I have an idea of one, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's got a lot of red tape. But like, if you want to sleep different every day, record yourself sleeping. Do you even know if you sleep different every day? You don't know that yet. And when you record yourself, it's a different activity now, right? This is my spiel where I go into how I encourage someone indirectly without bogging down the need for them for self-exploration. What you do is you challenge their common activities. So if someone tells you, oh yeah, I really love this game, it's like, well, can you do this with your video games? Like with the game you like? It's like, no. It's like, well, how would you be able to do that? And what that does is it challenges them to do something more with the things they love. And that's a way you can develop rapport with someone. And then show that it helps me because it actively engages me. Right? Someone always, you know, I get this comment a lot. It's like, how do you keep talking? Like, how do you keep a conversation and discussion going? Well, for me, it's very hard. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It's very difficult. But I wanted to make it look easy. So if I do give off an impression for whoever's listening or watching that I can very easily continue to meander in conversation, I would take that as the biggest compliment ever. When someone tells me I talk too much, that's the biggest compliment, because I don't talk a lot. My past, it was not great. It was very not great, to the point where most people misread me and misunderstand me all the time. Nowadays, like, what do you do? How do you do it? Well, I frame it in the manner that that I've developed that suits me. It's a game for me. What are the things that I need to do to make it appear that I'm always interested? And not in a pretentious way. It's just a way that I can functionally be mutually harmonious with another person. Well, I focus on all those things and I turn them into discussion topics. Now, what could that be? Well, first, I take a laundry of a specific keywords, right? I study lots of keywords, how I could transition from those keywords, and I go from there. So when someone says, I don't know, I had a sucky day. Well, day, I can talk about the essence of the day. Or sucky, I can talk about what sucky means. Like, what sucky does this person mean? Like, hey, you said you had a sucky day. Can you elaborate on that sucky day? If you're not comfortable, here, I'll share with you what I think a sucky day is. And can you tell me how yours differ? Or is it similar, right? But I don't want to share too much to take away from, you know, your experience of what the sucky day is. That kind of thing. You can turn anything into a conversation. And if you don't have anything, honestly, the person who approached you probably had the purpose of saying something already. So allowing them and making them open to saying it alleviates all the insecurities in general already. Like, you know, if a person approaches you, when you approach a person, you don't necessarily have to be obligated to say something about yourself specifically. You just focus on the first thing you see. It's tangible, it's observable, and you simply, not simply as in it's a single task, but it's easily understandable when you ask the person, I don't know, what are you thinking right now? Right? Give you fuel for your conversation. I mean, when you play a video game, there's enough information for you to extract a course of action. So when you're going into a conversation or doing a life skill or what have you, establish information first. Ask yourself, what do you need to start a conversation? And then how do you gain access to that? Then you can build your own identifiable speech pattern. It might not be the most ideal speech pattern, but here's the thing about the creative process. When you develop your own idiosyncrasies and decorum, like when you really almost gamify your self-exploration, it becomes a primer to observing and interpreting everything else that is related to that. So for example, if you challenge yourself to create your own pattern of how you talk and stuff, all that experience become transferable to analyzing another person's tales and conversation stuff. The creative process is easily the most challenging. It's arguably the highest level of activation intellectually. So when you engage in that, whether it's successful or not, it allows you to, it's transferable interpersonally. So what you can do with yourself, you can translate to applying to other people. Just a thought. So if you have insecurities about communicating and you take a deep dive into why speaking makes you nervous or speaking to others make you nervous, that can form the foundation of understanding how to cope with that or fix that or like address that, and then that becomes a tool you can use to help someone else be less nervous, and it can be a talking point like, hey, it's nice to meet you. I used to be very nervous about approaching anyone about a topic. And there you go. You broke the ice. That's it. That person will either maybe confirm, empathize with you, or maybe contradict you. Like say, oh, I don't have a problem talking. But it's the start of a conversation. That's... And I'm not making it trying to sound like it's simple. However, it can be easy. It can be easy to do. Not very simple. It's pretty complex, actually. I mean, the whole insecurity thing is attached to its perceived complexity, which I am not going to deny that communication, interpersonal communication, is incredibly complex and nuanced. But it can be easy. Incredibly complex, but easy. All this, in my opinion, all that conversation that I just had with someone that I've talked to for a while now, and it was actually over Neverwinter, coincidentally. She could have dropped in at any time that didn't involve Neverwinter, but it just coincidentally happened to be that way. Those discussions... I just lost my train of thought, unfortunately. We'll go with my current train of thought. All the stuff that I discuss is a way to pretty much safeguard yourself from one of, I would say, arguably one of the most dangerous things about the human condition. One of the most dangerous things. I'll pause here. If anyone an interest to thinking what their version or what their thoughts about the most dangerous thing is, and then I'll share with you what I think, and I'm curious of how many people actually think about what I'm thinking. But one of the most dangerous things to humans' well-being in general is becoming bored. So much of so many things is tied to the idea of being bored. You might be thinking, well, that's an exaggeration. I'm bored all the time. All right, describe. Why are you bored? What could you be doing if you're bored? Like, when you tell me you're bored, it tells me you're not doing anything. Nothing that keeps you entertained. You have no value for your time. You can't find value in your time to get yourself excited. It's the root of so many things. It causes someone to not stop living their lives. It causes them to entrap themselves in the past when the good times were, or be pessimistic about nothing in the future. There's so many things that are rooted in being bored. And I'm using the word bored for a euphemism for a lot of other things. But the source is a lack of self-motivation as well. But that's still, in my opinion, downstream of being bored. So when you wake up and you say, I'm not looking forward to something, that is still an extension of boredom. Because you don't look forward to it. What did I, the thing that I just mentioned, grinding video games. That's boredom. You don't grind a video game if you're not bored. Like, oh, I'm going to play this game and I'm going to love the heck out of it. I mean, there are some trickeries, like mindsets, where you could convince yourself you like grinding, and then it's no longer a meaning that elicits boredom. So that's fair. Like, if you like the grind is no longer associated with boredom. That's fair. We're just talking about boredom in general. So if you start asking yourself, how many times do you fit the quality of boredom, and how many different types of words you compensate or use frequently, or just saying you're bored? I can think of a few. Apathy. I don't care. That's an extension of boredom. It's a euphemism for boredom. Like, when you go and tell someone, I don't care about you, it means you don't interest me. This is boring. I'm going elsewhere because you bore me. Right? Or, I don't want to do this again. It's such a waste of time. Boredom. There's nothing more interesting about it. It's boring. So you don't want to do it again. So that's my 2 cents for today. All that ties to the whole idea of why is it important to experience something different? Why do you want to find as many ways as possible to try to experience things differently? Because, there are things you love that you have to do again and again and again, and you don't want to fall out of love with them. And it might sound like I'm talking about a person, but it can be more than a person. It could be anything. It could be self-love. Like, when you're bored of yourself, you stop working on yourself. You stop caring about yourself. You don't want to self-improve. You don't want to get better. You don't want to live happier. You become bored with yourself. For example, you want to become a great drummer, and then you realize on YouTube there's this incredible drummer, and you realize that you're just gonna not be better than that. That's still boredom. You got bored with drumming that you don't want to pursue it anymore because you've already seen all of it. It's like, this is the epitome of drumming. I can't see myself being a different type of drummer or having a different life than this drummer. I already know everything. It's boring. And one of the surefire ways to help with boredom is inducing fear, ironically. So what I mean by that is, it's not fear in a negative way. You remove control. One of the biggest if you see someone who is so bored with life, you have to slap him hard, and not figuratively. You throw them into a situation that they can't possibly know what's going to happen, in a safe and conducive way. Obviously, they will be fearful, they'll be scared, they'll be apprehensive. But what you can do as a support system is that you get them to trust you and be there for them in a manner that allows them to have an experience they can't possibly know what's going to happen. A human being cannot be bored specifically off with something that they don't know. They can be fearful. Let's hope that's not the only emotion they have. Fear is often also countered by optimism or hopefulness, or, you know, a hope for change and whatnot. So it's all of the above. It's not just fear. And that's like a hardcore intervention. That's a, what is it? Exposure therapy. Exposure therapy is what I think people still say in like a professional sense. When dire straits, right? When you are very, very worried, you have to go full stop, which is exposure therapy. Get them to do it anyways, but somehow trying to safely manipulate them to do it in a safe way, not a malicious way, because I have to say this all the time because my cynicism comes back all the time to my hyper exposure to all the different ways that you can exploit this, right? Does it make me a terrible person? It's up to the morally just, I suppose, who can evaluate someone on their thoughts. But the internet exposes me to constant cynicism all the time. So I'm willing, and what I'm saying here is I'm admitting to the idea that I'm saying safely manipulating someone, because often the first thought I have is the stuff I talk about could be easily exploited. You can exploit someone in a vulnerable state, and that's happened so often. It's like all over social media. Like it's all over social media. I would even argue that it's all over social media unintentionally. For the person who is unintentionally manipulating people or misinforming people, but with the greatest intent, or like with the kindest intent possible. They're doing their best. It doesn't exonerate them from potentially accidentally misinforming. So that's kind of the idea. But yeah, boredom. Absolutely devastating. If you see someone who spends most of their life, whenever you ask them, how are you? You know, how are you doing today, buddy? Like, what's up, bro? And then they said, no, you know, I don't know what to do. I'm just bored. If you're this, if you love, if you like, you know, share a camaraderie or love this person as a friend and whatnot, one thing you could possibly change the scope of this person's life is to alleviate that boredom. It also challenges the person, you know, the so-called friend, to understanding how well do you know your friend? Like, can you actually make them less bored? Well, one thing I would say is the thing I have to offer, I like to believe that one tool for someone to strive for, I specifically strive for, is to have a tool that is always accessible, always available to me. It doesn't need a computer. It doesn't need a smartphone. It doesn't even need me to be... it doesn't need anything. It doesn't need money, fuel, and that's communication. And experiences. So, yes, I get it. It's awesome that you can make you can play an instrument, or you can sing, you can dance. Those are really great tools too, to keep someone from boredom. Like, hey, you seem a little bored. Let me play you a song. Or let me sing you a song. That's so great too. But you know what? I can tell you now. If I was given a room, which I couldn't do way back when I was a teenager, when 20, I can probably talk the whole evening and be relatively, I would say modestly successful at keeping most of the people engaged. And that keeps them from getting bored. It also, if you want to think about it in an inwardly way, you know, like a lot of times, a lot of us are looking for affirmation and ways to build our reputation, or what's in it for me kind of thing, you know, inwardly thinking, what is the incentive for what I just described? Well, you're unforgettable. You always leave an impression. You seem like an approachable person, and all those people will become your social links in any capacity you desire. And that's not manipulation. It's a genuine exercise of a skill you have. You can certainly use those skills as a form of manipulation. Then what happens is you'll probably reach boredom. If you focus inwardly and try to use your skill to manipulate someone, if it is dependent on if the target is being able to be manipulated. Well, when you fail, and you constantly fail, you will enter boredom. But if you're doing it for yourself, like in a way of practice, you are less likely. You can still reach a state of boredom at some point. If you're not actively finding new inspirations to challenge your skills, but that's kind of the idea. What does boredom look like when you reach it? This is also a danger too. Like, I like to focus on the dangers of self, like self-inflicted dangers. When you're bored, you become very self-inflicted. Like, it's often the loss of self-love most of the time. Because you will look inside, it's like, I don't get it. Why am I always bored? Why do I have this problem when no one else seems to have this problem? Right? That kind of thing. It's also the other way too. You will project boredom. What does that look like? Every single internet troll on this planet. What does boredom look like on the internet when it's outwardly projecting? Someone coming in and asking you, why are you playing this dead game? They are bored. Just that example. You'll probably find many, many other examples. YouTube video about someone who's barely doing a squat. First comment, wow, you're not doing a squat correctly. You suck. Boredom. You don't have any... There's nothing else you have to say. You're just projecting your own boredom. Like, you go out of a way to make someone else give up on something. You are projecting your boredom. You have nothing else to look forward to, nothing better to do than to make someone as miserable as you are, whether you know it or not. So some might convince themselves, yeah, you know, making other people miserable is very fun and entertaining. Well, it takes a specific type of mindset and a specific type of person to come to that conclusion. So take it for what it is. You need to project to want to do that. So the next time you read a comment like that, honestly, if you really want to resonate with me, when I read a comment where someone is deliberately being toxic, it doesn't empower them. It only makes me pity them. Or sympathize with them, actually. Like, I just kind of want to know, dude, you must be in a really... I mean, unless you're that really special person, right? And when I mean special, like sociopathic cases. And let's just be real. If you're on the internet, you're probably not sociopathic all that much. Because the internet is a tool to look for self-affirmation. It's a form of escapism. If you're sociopathic, I don't think you're struggling with that need, usually. But if so, you happen to encounter one, it's very apparent if you're the special case. For the most part, though. I don't mean to be sappy or I am sappy. I'm not denying that I'm sappy. However, I'm also thick-skinned. Like, what I mean by that is a lot of times people would associate going out of a way to empathize with people makes one soft. Like, well, actually, it's the whole reason why I don't get offended by stuff. Because in actuality, it makes me have a better understanding, a greater understanding. Maybe a more, I don't know what the phrase I would use. A different understanding. A different understanding of where that insult's coming from. I mean, there are other indelicate examples I could use from my life, but I don't think this is an appropriate manner to use them. But you know, say someone makes, I'll let you use your imagination. You know, from over my lifetime, when I was younger, I didn't know how to resolve or handle certain circumstances. And often it's more of the masculine, like misogynistic type. And I'll let you use your imagination on what I mean by the misogynistic type. And no, it's not dealing with a girl. Misogyny comes in, you know, both flavors. It happens, actually, I would even argue misogyny happens innocently and acceptably between men more often than women, men and women. Like, I understand the popularization of, you know, men unfortunately having abused women, right? That type of misogyny. But one that always flies under the radar all the time, probably because it's acceptable, is misogyny between men. And you can imagine a scenario where when I was younger, I was very scrawny. I was a scrawny kid. I mean, it doesn't help that I look different, right? And often it comes with measuring one's masculinity. And I really didn't have a rebuttal to that. You know, a lot of times you'd be like, this guy just makes me feel bad. But really, I'm just afraid of confrontation. Like, I don't want to confront this person. Nowadays, though, again, you can use your imagination what that measure of masculinity might be involving. There are plenty of misogynistic characteristics. So nowadays, if I were ever to make an encounter like that, I'd probably buy that guy a beer and have them tell me why do they value a specific quality of themselves, and do they have any other specific qualities that people like? Because why limit yourself to thinking that I care about how masculine you are, and why anyone cares about how masculine you are compared to me? Because, I mean, the most masculine thing you can do is probably buy your bro a beer, right? At a bar? So, I mean, gonna be real. If you buy that guy a beer, that's certainly a way to break the ice. Just saying. I mean, what's the other alternative? Puff your chest and then swing and a miss? I mean, I'm gonna say this very humbly, but if I'm gonna attack someone, I'm probably gonna kick them really, really hard. There's no punching from me. And I don't just sit around and pretend like I don't know how to defend myself, right? So just that's a weird flex because I don't like being viewed as someone who may be able to physically harm someone. I like to be seen as someone who's incapable of doing that. However, we have to remember that I am also human, so being human means you can be volatile. I don't ever recommend underestimating. Oh, actually, did I turn this in already? I already did. Last 3 repeatables. There's no ounce of my being I would ever underestimate any human being's ability to be destructive. I think it takes a very, very small, ignorant, prideful person to think that the person you think you're superior to can't destroy your life. Like you're untouchable. That's illogical. If you're a human being of superior stature, then that other human being can very well also be of superior stature. You don't know in what context they can be. So I wouldn't ever exercise the idea like, oh, you're so good that you're immune to the devastation another human being you treated, poorly to ruin your life. It's not fear-mongering. I don't want it to sound, I know it kind of sounds like deterrence. It's coming from a place like there are more, I would say there are more understandable routes to increasing the odds of having a situation like that benefit you, if you only care about yourself, benefiting you, or like me, benefiting both parties. So if someone this is a really tough one. Like say a waiter spilled something on your shirt. Like, oh yeah, sorry. It's like, what would be my first interaction? It was like, first I would communicate to the waiter that's like, yeah, this kind of sucks. But please, I'm not going to die. At least I don't think I'm going to die. Is there any way I can resolve this, in an amicable way, right? So you reach out and you say like, these things happen, dude. These things happen. I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure my company understands that this was an accident. It's not like someone's gonna say like, haha, you suck. The waiter spilled soup on you or something. They're going to sympathize with you. Is it embarrassing? No, it's not. It happens. So what I mean is a lot of times when someone gets like something happens to them, like a waiter clumsily spills something on you, immediately they're trying to save face. From whom? From what? It takes a very, very entitled person to find it non-sympathetic for people around you to feel the same way. Like, what I mean is, what kind of human being or what kind of mindset someone has to be in to think that when a waiter spills something on you, they did it on purpose, you deserve something for an accident, and everyone around you think you're being embarrassed. It takes a very specific mindset if you think about that. Like, if you're worried about being embarrassed, like you got a stain on your shirt because you spilled something on you, I think that is telltale sign of what kind of person that, like, what kind of company that person usually has. Because when a waiter spills something on me, immediately I already know my first concern is to make sure the waiter doesn't feel terrible about themselves, and then that everyone else know that I'm okay. Because I'm not a pity party. I like to alleviate the burden of other people feeling sorry for me because I had an accident. I'll just shake it off. It's you know. And that, my friends, is being sappy with a thick skin. It hasn't ever, like, for me, it's almost disappointing, like egregiously disappointing most of the time when someone says that, oh yeah, you're always like so concerned with other people's feelings. Why are you empathizing all the time? Like, that makes you soft because you're always gonna let someone go and whatnot. It's like, well, all the circumstances you're thinking pigeonholes a empathetic person to being soft. Like, for example, oh, you're not gonna punish this person for screwing up? It's like, yeah, that angle. But hey, if I don't punish this person from screwing up, I could also be the instrument to helping this person change his life or their life. How is that soft-hearted? And I'm enduring the embarrassment or the embarrassment that that person is thinking, like, oh yeah, you're so soft because you got embarrassed. It's like, I wasn't even embarrassed. It's like, it takes a really weak person, in fact, ironically, an even thinner skinned person, to think that you can't go beyond that. You can't be a better person. If you're a better person, you're always thicker. So that is like, I can't even emphasize that. I mean, it's to the point where, you know, some humorous stories that I always exchange is when people are offended for me. I absolutely find it incredibly endearing, but it's also in the back of my mind. I kind of start thinking about, if that person's offended for me, it also means that something about them normalizes being offended easily, right? So there's no moderation there, right? Although I say it in a very endearing way, because it's often an incredibly overly passionate person being worried about me, and I really appreciate that. But at the same time, I can't help but think about, how often does that happen? If something like that happens, like, it can very, very much erode a person's life like that. So yes, overly concerning and sappy people without moderation can lead to fragility, as in you're oversensitive, everything offends you, you start projecting your frustrations, and it's out of a place, you know, extreme behavior. Absolutely, for sure. And it leads to that fragility that most people stereotype. However, with enough practice and confidence, it can be the very reason why you're stoic. So, in my opinion, one of the secret sauces, quote unquote, secret sauces to being born into an Asian culture, I suppose, being born into a Chinese culture that absolutely demands the necessity for stoicism. I don't know how my parents do it. Well, actually, I kind of do. And it's a selective empathy. For me, I achieved what my parents do to create stoicism, and I elaborated by integrating what Americans do very often. So, no, I don't get easily offended. That doesn't mean that I'm that guy who doesn't care about anything. I actually think, to me, the biggest counterintuitive thing is I care about a lot of things, and therefore I'm not offended most of the time. It might sound oxymoronic. The order of operations matter. I develop an empathy in order to understand the most things. And since there are things that I understand, they no longer concern me. Like they no longer worry me because I understand them. It's a big hill to press. However, empathy can lead to that. If you understand how that feels, you no longer have negative feelings or concerns of xenophobia. Like, you keep xenophobia at bay. Like, oh yeah, I don't understand why you like this game. I absolutely hate this game. I just can't stand it. Like, well, that's xenophobia. Like, you don't like it because it's different from what you like. And that becomes an impediment to ever doing anything or empathizing with the other person. It does come with trade-offs, right? If you empathize with a lot of people, then when you're not part of the confrontation, it can be tough. So like when you have two friends fighting, there's a trade-off for that. Someone who is non-empathetic or selectively empathetic, or someone who's bias and pride would line themselves up with one side or the other, and it would largely resolve a confrontation. Someone's going to lose, someone's going to win. An empathetic person can end up becoming indecisive a lot of times. The idea is you master as much as you can and find a compromise between the two sides. That is far more difficult to reach than just siding with one side. So effectively, if you're into the human condition thing, the idea is you side with one side. It's the least path of resistance, right? So you choose the right side. You don't try to make an enemy of all. So if you're a universal empathizer, here's the irony that I don't feel it needs to be explained, but generally speaking, to the people who are ignorant about this, is the idea that if you're a universal empathizer, if you strive to be sappy and empathize with each other, in order to be happy in life, you have to be thick-skinned. And thick skin comes at a consequence of mastering that very thing. So if you're going around accusing someone who is spending all their time concerning their brains and life about other people, just imagine how hard that is to do every single day and still stay happy. So if you see someone who cares and overly concerned with someone and they're successful and they are happy, I'm willing to bet 9-1 against you that they are far more stoic and thick-skinned than you are. Because when you don't care about things, it's easier. It's just easier. You only have to care about what you think. Granted, a lot of people who concern themselves with other people, they can be fragile because they took on too much. And yes, that would imply that they're fragile. Not because they can't take things, take criticism or overreact or something. It's because they're spending almost all their time doing that. So when you're an arrogant, self-centered, apathetic person who only cares about the people that are close to you, your pool of people you have to care about all the time is like a drop in the ocean. So if you're asking yourself, who is taking up a bigger burden or challenge? It's the person you're criticizing for being weak. Well, I don't know about you, but there's a reason why I would argue, and I agree with you, that people who are self-centered and self-motivated and care about only the people that they care about and like are so much stronger and consistently resilient is because they don't deal with something I feel humans are almost ill-equipped to do. So the next time you call someone who's overly concerned about something and not trying overly concerned and calling them out right away for being fragile and weak, Ask them. What do they think they're dealing with? And then ask yourself, when after they describe to you what they deal with every day in their head, if you can handle it. I mean, if you say you hate things very easily and you like things very easily, you're probably handling a lot less than someone who likes a lot of things. Because they have to deal with all those things. When you like less things, when you want less things, you concern yourself with less things. And you're healthier for that. I would argue, yes, you are less fragile for that because you get devoted. You devote your attention to very specific things and you get really good at it and you protect yourself. It also means, just like the going back to Neverwinter, right? When you're in the nobility and you only have to worry about specific things, not leveling up, being ignorant initially, having to deal with nobility, not having money, all that stuff. If you don't have to deal with that, of course you're going to feel like you're on top of the world. You don't even have to concern yourself with that. Start over. Do it again. And I don't mean do the same thing again. Just ask any of the nobility, I guess, in this community. Start over in a new game, unrelated to MMORPGs. Go out, play Fortnite. Experience all of that again. And then come back and tell me how you're going to empathize with new players in Neverwinter. Because a lot of those new players, they still actually probably have played an MMORPG before. That's why, that's generally what my first question is. When someone asks, hey, do you recommend this game? Like, what do you think about this game? It's like, well, can you tell me where you're coming from? Like, what is the last game you played? Did you play anything related? Because then you get the mindset of what they're dealing with. I mean, even that simple question, in my opinion, it is a simple question, but an easy question to ask, and it's very understandable. Where you start? No, it's not. It's, oh yeah, it took me this long, so it's going to take you at least this long. Arrogance, nobility, self-centered, privileged, unempathetic, shares no constructive criticism. It's not even advice. It just isn't. Like, empathy, when someone's asking for advice, it's relevant to them. And what I mean by relevant to them is empathetic to them. If you're offering advice when it's unsolicited, as in it's solicited without information, so when someone says, hey, can I get a help with this? And then you automatically presume so many things that they want to know, that's non-constructive advice. You didn't listen to them yet. First, one of the first iconic rules of communication to help someone. When someone approaches you and they offer you the time of day to ask you for your advice, possibly your expert advice. Imposter syndrome, be gone. I am an expert of none. But if someone asks me for advice, you sure as heck will be getting at least 5 questions from me before you even get anything out of my mouth. Because the idea is to figure out what is it that you're looking for, not what you think that person is looking for. 99%, I would say, that's a little bold, I would say 80% of interaction on Neverwinter. If I'm saying Neverwinter's community is characterized by nobility, not maliciously, just that's the normalized behavior, it's through the interaction that I see online most of the time. There's a presumption, there's an air of decorum, there's an air of expectations. It's so ironic because a lot of times we make that joke like, oh yeah, not everyone's from the United States, not everyone's from, you know, Germany or etc. But at the same time, to make that comment is literally to be the thing that you hate, or implying that it's ethnocentric. I don't. It's rarely when someone's asking for advice. It's rarely ever asked for clarification on here. Like, I get it. It's a public forum, and you want to be quick to the point, and you want to cut corners and leap of logic. And I want to believe that's true, as in, like, they're accurate in the long run. But generally speaking, it ends up with more questions. Like, you sit here, a question, an advice is followed with more questions. Well, there are fewer questions if you ask what they're looking for first. Like, ask them to describe. You yourself, just because you're an expert, doesn't mean you can describe the problem they're having. Actually, logically and psychologically speaking, you are less likely to understand their problem. If someone's coming for your advice without any details and you're an expert or something, you're probably even less likely to understand what they're struggling with, because you aren't in the process of solving that problem anymore, generally speaking. So when someone asks you, oh, what gear do I go get next? It's like, or someone asks, like, is this worth it? Like, do I need to get this gear? It's like, and then this person just goes around, it's like, oh, it's not worth it. It's garbage. Just get this one instead. Like, and there's no reason. You shouldn't even do that. It's like, no concern for, like, wait, what makes you think you want to get that piece of gear? That would be my first question. I'd be asking, what is your, like, why do you want to get this gear? Like, I want to understand why you're asking that first, because if I can understand that, then I can probably better communicate a solution more appropriate or an advice constructive to that person. Instead, most people here are nobles. They believe they know what's right, what's best in slot, what's their best right way to do things. So when someone asks a question, they're like, you don't need to do that. Just do this and this and this and you're good to go. Like, but they didn't ask for that. They just asked for a very specific thing, and you barely even concerned with that. You supersede it by telling them whatever they thought might have been interesting is not important. Actually, that happens. Probably. It's a 50-50. Genuinely, when someone's like, hey, this looks neat, I don't bother with that. It's garbage. Just get this. Like, hey, should I do these yet? It's like, no, waste of your time. Hey, I'd be happy to entertain all the minor population of how they resolve all these hypotheticals. And these aren't really hypotheticals. They're just, it happens every day. Like, if I was sitting in right now, if I move my character to Protector's Enclave, I can probably read the dialogue for you instantly. That's the type of community you're thinking about, right? So what is the pros? Let's not, I sound a lot of cynical, but I don't think it's cynical. I think it's just logical. As in, when you play this game, you have to be aware of its community. And then you have to be aware what kind of player you are. So, if you're like me, and I start a game, and I just play it in a void without the input of other people, then this is a game for you. Because eventually you'll rise to the status of nobility, right? So what does that do? Well, it selects, this game currently pre-selects for self-motivated, independent people who aren't really necessarily looking at other people as a friend, as a form of interpersonal relationship, but as a form of gaming, a form of getting things done. So those people are naturally fitting in this, and they have their strengths, you know, their pros and cons, their trade-offs. Just I'm talking from an angle that is not for a player who thinks this is a game where you make friends. Right now, for now, the paradigm is you're not making friends. You're making business partners. You're creating coworkers. It's kind of like queuing up for CS, like Counter-Strike. You're looking for teammates, and those teammates are tenuous. They're based on performance. If you suck too much, they're not gonna hang around with you. That's just it. If you're dragging them down too far, they're gonna leave you behind. It's not personal, not necessarily. It's very pragmatic. Yeah. Just a little thought. I don't think it's bad or good. I actually think if you know the community well enough, it can empower you to make it work. So like, for example, I'm a sappy person. I don't like being ignorant of helping people and stuff. So I will still try to help people in an environment that is not conducive to that. Like, there's no incentive for helping people in this game. You just don't. It's not incentivized in any way possible. It's a Mile High Club. You get your ticket in the Mile High Club. They congregate. It's a conglomerate. It's a capitalist reflection. So when you have stuff, you get to have more stuff. All right, so how does that work? Well, I still do the thing that is not very popular, like sit here and talk about the state of the game or something like that, instead of running, I don't know, the Defense of the Moon Dancer or Masters for the 300th time to show how much pain giving I can give. That stuff, it works. Absolutely. So I know this, and it's worth knowing this. It's worth investigating and sharing time about what the observation from the outside is of a community. And when you know this, it no longer feels like you can't do anything about it, or you can choose to do something about it. So for me, I didn't go up in arms on the forum and chastising people like, oh my gosh, the developers only care about veteran gamers and stuff. I make it work because I already know all the details. If I don't like it, I don't have to stay. You get transparency. You get what the community is. There's no like euphemism or bias here at the moment. I would say my disclaimer is I'm biased towards the new players. So in order to balance that out, I keep reminding myself I need to defend the nobility too. Like what are the trade-offs? There are pros and cons to both sides, or 3 sides or 4 sides. In this case, it's usually predominantly 2 sides. And yes, I do defend the new player more because they are in the minority. The majority is overrepresented. That's fair. Am I one of them? I can't resonate with the Neverwinter community. I actually, like, just a testament, I guess a great testament to what type of person I am. I play games where I don't inherently resonate with the community at all, and I still do it because it's fun, it's educational. Or I wouldn't say fun, it's educational, and because it's educational, it's fun. Like, what is it like to be on the outside of a homocultural society, like a microcosm, right? Well, you could play a game like OS and not care about performance. That will get you somewhere in experience. I belong to specific communities, I would say, but those communities are out of reach for me, right? Like, I can't just like pop back into the scientific community, right, without forgoing all of this stuff. So there are things that I do resonate with. Just, you don't have to resonate and feel like you belong to understand something. And then when you understand something, it makes going at it alone not too bad. If you're already a solidarity person, like a soloist or what have you, then this game might actually still work out for you. You might, those type of people might be biased in a way that says, hey, the developers should make adventure soloing better and stuff. It's like, I'm not that guy. I have no motivations to prop a agenda. If I need to work in a party to do a trial, well, I ask myself, do I want to do it? And then I know what to do. Like, I will know what to do to get there appropriately. And one way to get there is not to ask if someone would help run me through something in Neverwinter. That just doesn't work. If you do it for 24 hours a day, you might get 1 or 2 people who effectively are bored. And when they're bored, you know what I'm gonna say, it goes back to earlier. Bored people might have some other baggage. And be ready for that. Like, for example, I queue up yesterday. Here's a little tiny story to leave it off mark. I queue up. We're just going to suspense the defense of the Moon Dancer. We're not going to get a queue for that, so it's fine. Yesterday, I do my random queues, right? Pop in, get on tank. I see this pain giver, one of the pain givers, constantly like running ahead of me. So you know what I did? I put on my Nikes and I just blitzed past that person through to the end. And the first comment I hear when we finish the dungeon is the other pain giver saying, hey, you know, as a pro tip, next time you're tanking, tell your party that you're going to blitz you're going to run the entire dungeon. It was gonna happen. It's gonna obviously it's gonna happen. The only course of action I took was the one that basically completed the dungeon in less than 10 minutes. That's it. What did I say? Is I typed neat, thanks, and I left. That's it. That's the type of environment you're getting Neverwinter into. That's the entire environment. It's well, how did I come to my actions? Well, I noticed someone endangering themselves. So I am more concerned about the impediment that specific player is doing. So at a cost of that impediment, I had another selfish person project their values onto me. And that's it. Welcome to Neverwinter community. So be ready for that. Alternatively, what would happen is if I was a different person, right? The person was like, well, get good and keep up, or I'm the tank. The tank leads the way all the time. You can hear tons of iterations of that comment. There are plenty of examples. And how do I know that? Through experience. Because if you're the healer, you're going to hear these comments. You're going to hear the complaint about how pain givers are leading the way and the tank isn't. Then the tank refuses to lead the way because the pain givers are moving faster. It goes back and forth. And if they die, if you're the healer, you just stare and hit a button. I don't know. I don't know how other people deal with it. Generally speaking, when I'm in the tank position, the healer doesn't have to heal me because I accept the consequences. So what happens is generally I don't ever take on more than enough to kill me, right? And then in other situations when it does happen, well, it's in a trial, like it's in a format that can't happen. It's not a running dungeon. So there you go. Leave you with a little bit of Neverwinter experience. I would say I queue up for 2 random queues every day to do the 100,000, right? The 100k. I don't do RCs. Maybe one day I'll do RCs as well. But every single day, like consistently, every single day, 2 random queues, and I would say 60% of the time, the thing that I describe occurs in some way or another. How much is 2 queues a day look like? Well, for me, let's say 2 queues a day. Let's just say 365 days in the year, right? So 730, right? And then we'll random queues, let's just say it's been around for 4 years, something like that. 4 years. 730 times 4, that's close to 3,000. So my sample size is around 3,000, and I still say it holds up. It's still about 60%. There's gonna be some disgruntled, unspoken thing that's inwardly projected. most players self-select themselves, they are inwardly projecting people. Like they project outwardly themselves. In order to become successful, or gel with the community of the current community of this game, you have to be selfish. You are self-motivated, arrogant, skilled, I guess, skillful with self. Everything is self-motivated. You're self-made, and that's how you make it in this game. So when you go into a queue and the first thing the person does is blame another person, that's not unexpected. That's actually the norm. What kind of person would blame themselves if the game is self-selecting for self-sufficient independent people? Self-sufficient independent people tend to have confidence in themselves. Naturally, they will project any deficiencies onto another person because it can't possibly be them. I was here, I played Neverwinter at a time when this was not set in stone yet. I played way back when it was still closed access. That was before a time when there was a strong self-selection for this, like the need for this. You know, the old school, the way back in World of Warcraft, where you can't make things happen without having other people. Now you can. You pretty much can. And a lot of times people would say like, oh yeah, but you still need trial people to play trials. They're like, yeah, but everyone's out for themselves. Like, if you suck, you get kicked. If you suck, well, we're gonna wait till you quit so we can bring in someone better. Or better yet, it's like, if you suck, we're not gonna put you in the party in the first place. That wasn't the thing before. Now it is. So when you're thinking like, oh yeah, but you have to play in a team game, like there's dungeons inspired team play, it doesn't. Not in this game. Come on, we have to be real. It's 5 soloists. Even the tank and the healer has to need a solo mentality in order to keep playing this game. Because if you don't have a solo mentality, you're not going to be able to stand up to the abuse that you're going to get. And it only takes that one person. Like, hey, yo, dude, is our tank asleep? Or like, what is he doing? It's like, well, the tank was holding W the entire time and still lagged behind the pain giver. One last story. 2 days ago, Temple of the Spider, RDQ. Tanking, I'm tanking, right? The healer is DC'd. So, you know, a lot of times zoning DCs happen all the time. We're going. We finally hit the first wall, you know, the first boss, right? And we need all the party members. And then one of the pain givers said like, dude, are we gonna wait for this person? I'm like, yeah, we have to wait for this person. We can't actually zone for that. It's like, what? Wait, that person wasn't even here? It was the healer, by the way. I'm like, yeah, the person wasn't here since the beginning of the dungeon. And immediately, one of the pain givers left, and then everyone else left. You know, the one day, I usually don't type anything. I just sit there, watch them bicker about themselves. But I type like, yeah, you know, yeah, we have to wait. We can't actually enter the boss fight without the healer. And that's the type of interaction. Like, dude, someone was missing? Like, I mean, the UI is on the left. Where is your UI? What happened? Like, do you not? I don't. That's tunnel vision. It takes a lot of arrogance and a lot of self-absorbed mentality to be so narrow-minded and so nearsighted that you can't even observe a missing support player. This happens in other games too, so it's not like a big deal. Or like, it's not necessarily a game breaker or something like that. Like, just to balance it out, in Phantasy Star Online 2 NGS, right? They do have some scaling things to help, like if it's a 12 instance person, like an instance thing, if it's only 8 players, it gets scaled down, right, and whatnot. But if it happens, if there are quitters in the middle of something, it's still scaled the same. So you go through and you play for like 20 minutes and you're about to fail, and then we were so close and then it fails. Then someone noticed like, oh dude, there's only 8 out of 12 people, 4 people left. And my first comment to them was like, they left like 5 minutes in, my friends. At first I was gonna say, dude, good try guys, like we had 4 levers, but the first remark someone said was like, dude, what we're 4 people short, no wonder, now it makes sense. I'm like, my guy, please, they weren't even here. Like one of them didn't even connect properly and the other 3 left immediately. It's the same mentality. So like what I mean is there's still that everywhere. It's just where your focus are, right? To be a great player means you care a little bit less about other people. I'm just saying. Like what I mean is, to be a great independent player, you are less of a team player. It's back and forth. You can try to be both, for sure. It's a balance of both. But the time you spend being an independent player takes time away from being a team player. It's unfortunately, human beings can't have the time to clone themselves and do both and simultaneously work on both. So this game favors individualism. It is a really interesting lens into a Western philosophy, like what makes Western philosophy very popular. The individual is greater than the sum of its parts. Or maybe the sum of the parts that made the individual. So, yes, for the time being, Neverwinter community is not community forward. It's privilege forward. And you gotta understand that. So if you think you're a boss hog and you're the GOAT, this might be the game for you, because if you're the GOAT, people will know you're the GOAT. If you're not the GOAT, well, people won't know. And you might end up finding a different game, right? Is there an MMORPG that emphasizes team play? I guess you might as well go back to World of Warcraft at that rate. Yeah, probably. Alright, folks. A good digression, a good chat. This will just serve as the Neverwinter thing. I don't want to like... Maybe I'll cut another video out of it somewhere. Anyways, that's the end of week 5. Oh, I need to turn these in. We did our 3 guys. The story was very short. It was just a setup for Defense of the Moon Dancer. And then you did that part. Get exposed to the Moon Dancer, right? And that's it. It just ends there. And next week will be identical. So maybe we'll have more story time. Yeah. Or I can try to do a trial or 2. Alright, folks. As always, thanks for listening. Thanks for hanging out. Always feel free to leave a comment, share and discuss. If you want an essay from me in the comments, definitely feel free to leave a comment. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.